Chapter 1087. There's still half a year to open the starry gate. Yi Fan frowned. Many years had passed and he didn't know how Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, and the others were doing. Had anyone died? The strong might not survive and the weak might not die. This ancient path was long, and if one felt it was too dangerous, they could choose to stop. They didn't have to reach the end. This was what the old saint had said. Yi Fan returned to the East Baron. Along the way, he looked at a corner of the blood-stained battle robe but didn't notice anything special. There weren't any words on it, only drops of blood that bloomed like plum blossoms. This was sent back by Ji Haoyue using a special method. Back then, even those from the Qishir Manor were shocked. They didn't know what kind of teleportation formation he had found and sent it to the blood-stained robe. Divine King Ji sent back the blood-colored battle robe. No one knew what kind of message he was trying to convey. Ji Ziyue stepped onto the starry path and headed for the outer realm. The divine diviner of the Central Plains predicted many years ago that the path to immortality is about to open. This world will be extremely terrifying, and those who aren't saints will all be ants. The Central Sovereign, Bodhisattva, and Alcade left to avoid calamity. Yi Fan muttered to himself. This was what the old saint from the Qishir Manor had said before he left. It involved some secrets that outsiders didn't know about. The divine diviner had died many years ago. To be more precise, he was struck to death by heavenly lightning. This was because he had violated a taboo and revealed secrets that shouldn't be probed. It was related to ancient emperors and immortality. This starry ancient path wasn't exclusive to the Big Dipper planet. There might be a node ahead. This was what the Qishir Manor had learned from a mysterious channel. Could it be that the Yangxiang clan walked ahead with the ginseng fruit tree, and I also entered this ancient path on the Green Ox, an ancient planet called Flying Immortal? Or even further away, divine blood splattered everywhere. Is this where the ancient people fought? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Yi Fan returned to the East Baron and stood on a mountain peak that pierced through the sky. After so many years, he had grown up from the lowest level of cultivators. He could already stand tall and look down on the world. However, this wasn't enough. Who is buried in the immortal mausoleum? Is there an emperor in the divine ruins? When will I be able to enter the deep, desolate ancient abyss to take a look? When will I be able to enter the undying mountain to dig up immortal medicines? When will I be able to enter the origin ancient mine to take a look? There were 7 forbidden zones in the eastern wasteland. Since ancient times, no one had been able to truly understand them. Yi Fan thirsted for power, hoping that one day he could truly rise up and not fear the forbidden zones. He wanted to thoroughly understand them. So many years have passed. Where is little Nan Nan? Why has she disappeared? Poor little fellow, how can we find her? This was a sore spot in Yi Fan's heart. Back then, the pure, innocent and pitiful little Nanan had mysteriously disappeared and never appeared again. Use everything we have. We must find her at all costs. This was Yi Fan's wish. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for the little girl. At this moment, he was standing in Yen country. Unfortunately, this capital city had already been destroyed under the Heavenly Prince's attack. It no longer existed. Back then, he met little Nanan here. He still remembered her appearance. Her clothes were tattered, and her shoes were so small that even her toes were exposed. Her large eyes were pure and flawless, yet her head was lowered. She told him that she was very hungry and pitiful. If it wasn't for little Nanan's rainbow-colored stone, Yi Fan would have died in the ancient desolate forbidden land a long time ago. The reason he was able to heal his great Dao injuries was all thanks to her. Where is she? Yi Fan thought about how she was young and lonely, yet she had suffered the warmth and coldness of the human world. His heart was filled with bitterness. After so many years, the Black Emperor had searched for her like crazy, but to no avail. He didn't know where she was, and there had never been any news. And now Yi Fan had returned. He once again used the power of various channels and didn't hesitate to use the divine phoenix blood scarlet gold as a reward. Once the information was proven to be valuable, there would be a reward. When will the path of immortality open? Yi Fan stood outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. He once again observed the 9 sacred mountains. And with the heavenly eye, He could even clearly see the 9 immortal medicines and the 9 divine springs. The 9 spirit roots were divided by a perfect 9-wonder divine medicine. Sooner or later, they would become one. The ancient royal family of the divine silkworm ridge had always been waiting. This was a divine medicine that belonged to them. What exactly is there under the ancient desolate abyss? Is there really a path to the immortal domain, or is it something else? Or is it like what the ancients guessed, that there is an immortal in slumber? Yi Fan's thoughts were endless, and he thought of many possibilities. Li Xiaoman fell down and turned into ashes. Or did she become a desolate slave? That day, during the final battle, Li Xiaoman resolutely and decisively jumped into the abyss. When she turned her head to look at him, her expression was so complicated. 2 streaks of sparkling tears hung down her cheeks. It seemed like a brilliant smile, but also incomparably sorrowful. Even now, when he thought about it, his heart was still moved. He sighed and shook his head. It was difficult to understand what she was feeling right now. Just what kind of background does the unparalleled existence below have? There are 9 immortal roots divided by the 9-wonder divine medicine here. Could it be that this forbidden area was formed by the ancient emperor of the divine silkworm race? After the ancient race awakened, there were people who made such a guess. The divine silkworm had 9 transformations, and each transformation was a life. To become the emperor of the divine silkworm race, one had to undergo the ultimate 10th transformation. This place might have been formed by the remains of the ancient emperor of the divine silkworm race. 9 immortal lives, and the 10th life was heaven-defying. However, the human race believed that there might be an immortal here. It was completely different from the ancient race's speculations. It was rumored that there might be a great emperor who had become an immortal here. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He sensed 2 gazes. He turned his head and saw a green-robed man on a cliff not far away. He was also looking into the ancient desolate abyss. This was a very powerful man in the Dao-severing realm, and he had the blood energy of a half-saint. Even though his divine might was restrained, he still felt as if he were facing an eternal immortal furnace. Within his body, there seemed to be a mighty power that could collapse the heavens. If it was released, it would be a threat even to imperial princes. It was far more powerful than ordinary half-saints. Yi Fan's heart trembled. When did such a person appear? He had never seen such a powerful human cultivator before. He was only half a step away from becoming a saint. The green-robed man looked quite young. He nodded towards him, then turned around and continued to observe the forbidden area. At the same time, Yi Fan saw a thatched hut on the other side of the forbidden area. It was located on a mountain peak, and there was a blurry figure standing there. Yi Fan's body immediately went cold, and he was shaken. Even through this forbidden area, those 2 gazes were still so terrifying. Just how shocking of a cultivation was this? It was a saint. Moreover, it was unfathomable, and he had never seen a saint before. Could it be that another saint from beyond the wastelands has arrived in the eastern wastelands? He deduced the location of the path to immortality and wants to stay here for a long time? Yi Fan's heart tightened. Not long after, the young green-robed man left and flew towards the other side of the forbidden area. He appeared in front of the thatched hut and paid his respects to the blurry figure. Could it really be a saint from beyond the wastelands? The path to immortality has opened, and chaos is about to start from here? Yi Fan observed and didn't dare to go over. He could come and go as he wished with the forbidden area between them. If he lost this barrier and faced a saint of unknown origin, he would feel apprehensive. Someone else has come. A realm gate opened, and 3 figures walked out. One of them was an old man covered in Dao marks, and 2 young men followed behind him. One of them was Wang Su, and his expression was dark and gloomy. They also chose a mountain peak and built a thatched hut. They guarded the peak and gazed towards the forbidden area. I've never seen them before. This means that 2 saints from beyond the wastelands have arrived. They must have come to immortality to be able to traverse the star regions. Their cultivations are definitely shocking. Yi Fan didn't want to provoke any of them. He avoided them and circled to the other side of the forbidden area, maintaining his distance. He believed that even saints couldn't cross this forbidden area in an instant. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared. Yi Fan's heart tightened, and a chill ran down his spine. He suddenly turned around and gazed into the depths of the forbidden area. He saw a few figures appear above the abyss of the ancient desolate land, and every one of them wore extremely ancient clothing. Desolate slaves. At the same time, the owners of the two thatched huts walked forward. Their eyes shot out a terrifying light as they entered the forbidden area to take a closer look. Without a sound, an even more terrifying aura appeared. The great Tao of heaven and earth became chaotic, and the rules and order were about to collapse. The time and space where the forbidden area was became dark. A blurry figure appeared. There were shackles on his body, and black mist curled around him. He stood at the entrance of the abyss. Even the heavenly eyes couldn't see through him. Even a saint couldn't do anything. Was he or she desolate? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He didn't expect to see him again. This was definitely an invincible existence. Back then, the victorious fighting Buddha came with 3 emperor weapons, but he could only retreat. At the last moment, he used the decree of an ancient emperor to stop this person. The 2 saints in the 2 thatched huts couldn't help but take a step back. In the black mist, a pair of cold and emotionless eyes swept past them as if they were lifeless objects. The southern region is in chaos. The path to immortality might really be here. Yi Fan muttered to himself. At the same time, his body tensed up. In the abyss of the ancient desolate land, that supreme existence's eyes pierced through the black mist and looked at him. It was as if it could see through his body and see through everything. At this moment, the broken green cauldron in his body trembled a few times, as if it felt an indescribable pressure. Yi Fan was shaken and couldn't help but take a step back. This existence, whose gender was unknown, had definitely seen the universal origin cauldron. On the other side of the river, in front of the 2 thatched huts, the ancient saints also looked over because they felt that desolate's eyes seemed to have swept over Yi Fan. They were all a bit surprised. Swoosh! The next moment, Yi Fan directly opened the realm gate and walked in without looking back. He couldn't stay in this place for long. A great chaos is about to arrive. Perhaps it will be an unprecedented catastrophe, he said to himself. The saints from the outer realms had chosen this place as soon as they arrived. This was a big problem. Time and space twisted. Yi Fan appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. He didn't leave the southern region. He wanted to take a look around the wavering light Holy Land. Half a day later, he arrived alone and appeared in front of a magnificent deity ground. As soon as he arrived, he revealed a strange expression and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was just like what Duanda had said. The terrain was too strange. Looking from afar, the terrain in front of him suddenly rose, as if there was a huge mound of earth standing on the earth. The mound of earth was very big. If he wasn't the Yuan Taoist master who paid great attention to the layout of the terrain, he wouldn't have noticed such changes at all. This was because on the mound of earth, there were beautiful mountains and valleys. There were even waterfalls and flowing springs, forming its own scenery. From an outsider's point of view, this was just an area with a higher terrain. It could be called a plateau. Only Duanda, a tomb raider, and Yi Fan, a dragon vein seeker, could see something strange. Could it be that this is really a big tomb with some inexplicable mysteries? He exclaimed in his heart. On a big tomb, there were beautiful mountains, 1,000 tall waterfalls, Qilin beasts, golden crows flying in the sky, and auspicious grasses everywhere. The more it was like this, the more frightening it was. I wonder if this place has any connection with the forbidden ancient land? Yi Fan shook his head, feeling that he was a bit too sensitive. Chapter 1088. This highland had the layout of a soaring dragon, the power of a flying immortal, and the cry of a phoenix. It was a rare sight. Mountain ranges intersected, and the mountain ridges were like the backs of dragons, as if they could jump up at any time and soar into the sky. Strange peaks rose up together, as if they were flying immortals, and the clouds were rising. Green pines, green cypresses, strange rocks, and silver waterfalls fell down, producing a sound like the cry of a phoenix. If one were to tell others that this vast terrain was a large tomb, no one would believe it. Even Yi Fan was shaking his head. Woof. On the other side of the Yaoguang Holy Land, there were also a few people wandering around, observing the terrain here. A black dog that was as strong as a bull stuck out its tongue and drooled as it stared inside. There was also a longma with its 4 hooves burning with raging flames. It raised its head and circled the Yaoguang Holy Land, looking arrogant and untamed. There was another youth that was shining brightly behind them, sizing up the scenery inside the mountain gate. It was the Black Emperor, Longma, and Yi Tong. They had come to scout the way and were eyeing the Yaoguang Holy Land, staring at this large tomb. Why isn't that tomb robber here yet? Didn't he speculate that in a few months, at most half a year, the thing in the Emperor's tomb would rush out? It's time to make a plan. Longma shook his horse's mane. They had come in a group to rob the large tomb under the Yaoguang Holy Land and were waiting for the unscrupulous Daoist Duanda. I heard that the Yaoguang King's true body isn't here and has long gone to the outer realm. This time, he most likely avoided a disaster. Otherwise, who knows what would happen if this place exploded? The Black Emperor said. They didn't dare to get too close. After all, this was a holy land, and there were ancient formation marks inside the mountain. Once it was activated, even the Black Emperor would be at a loss. To become an immortal and build one's Tao, the stars fall and the moon wither, the heart is sad. One sleep, the Emperor falls, the celestial court has collapsed. Where to go? A desolate voice sounded, startling the Black Emperor and Longma. Yi Tong was also shocked and looked for the source of the voice. An old man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat walked over. His steps were steady as he walked along the river. There was a kind of transcendence to him, as if he didn't belong to the mortal world. Who is this? Longma asked in bewilderment. It's rare. After sleeping for 1,000,000 years, I didn't expect to see such a beauty after waking up. The man stopped and stared at Yi Tong through the bamboo hat. You have the same physique as someone I met in the past. To be honest, the sudden appearance of such an otherworldly expert had left everyone a little surprised and dumbfounded. Who is that person? Yi Tong asked carefully. The Sun Saint Emperor, the newcomer replied calmly. Yi Tong staggered, and Longma also took a few steps back. Who is this master? It was a little scary for him to be so arrogant. Who are you? What is your background? The Black Emperor asked vigilantly. I achieved the Tao during the archaic years. I slept for 1,000,000 years, and my home was under this great tomb. Who would have thought that an undying holy land would be built on top of this tomb? The elder released a long sigh. He was deeply moved by the vicissitudes of time and the passage of time. He felt helpless inside. When the 2 cultivators who passed by heard this, their hairs stood on end and their bodies went cold. A living ancestor. Yi Tong and the dragon horse looked at each other. This was too frightening. They had originally come for the big tomb under the arcade ground. Duanda had said that in a few months, at most half a year, the thing in the tomb would charge out. Was it really true? This was just too ancient. They had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They had seen a monster that deserved to be struck by lightning. The world doesn't match my wishes. I have tears streaming down my face. I drink in the courtyard and sit outside the window for 1,000,000 years. The elder sighed. Yi Tong didn't believe it. Longma was also confused. Living for 1,000,000 years, sleeping and being sealed in the source of God? But according to what he said, it didn't seem like it. Forget it, it is fate that we met today. Kneel down and I will grant you the opportunity to become a celestial. The elder sighed. What is your background? The Black Emperor bared his teeth. I have become a celestial for 1,000,000 years. I am the only celestial in the world. The Emperor of the Celestial Court is my disciple. In an eternal dream, the elder said. You have seen the Sun Saint Emperor? Yi Tong asked. I have given him some pointers. Why you here? Longma's body was burning with flames. The tomb under the Alcade's sacred land is my resting place. The desolate ancient abyss is also my place of enlightenment. I am just resting here. The elder said. The 2 cultivators who passed by were even more scared. They felt dizzy and confused. They knelt down and begged him to take them as disciples. Skin him. The Black Emperor suddenly cleared his throat, opened his bloody mouth and pounced forward. I will step on your lungs. Longma also jumped up. Flames burned under his hooves and surged. Yitong also didn't say a word. She went around to the old man's back and hit him on the back of the head with a big stick. The elder dodged the Black Emperor's big black claws, Longma's dragon hooves, and Yitong's stick. He waved his hands and retreated more than 10 meters. I have come as promised. Duanda threw away his raincoat and bamboo hat. His face was red. It was obvious that he had been living well recently. The two cultivators who passed by had awkward and depressed expressions. They were slapped by Duanda and immediately forgot what had happened. They were teleported far away. I have obtained a secret treasure. How is it? Even with your heaven's eye, you can't see through it. Do you think I can swagger in if I become an important person at the light-shaking realm? Duanda said. He had been too cocky just now. Otherwise, his aura and charm would be completely different from before. It would be difficult to guess his identity. This is a piece of divine skin. It is very mysterious and makes people feel close to it. It can bewitch people and has endless uses, Duanda said. This was the treasure he had just dug out. Duanda, the Black Emperor, and the dragon horse were birds of a feather. Some time ago, they had been plotting to get their hands on the Yaoguang Emperor's tomb. Now they were officially here. The scenery inside the light-shaking sacred land was beautiful. Immortal chi flickered about, and tens of thousands of rays of light intertwined with each other. It was an auspicious and extraordinary scene. The ancient trees didn't have many years to grow. Mountain rocks rose up, spiritual springs gurgled, and auspicious beasts roamed. This place was magnificent and magnificent. Yi Fan took a detour and just happened to pass by the Black Emperor and the others. They didn't meet because this highland was very wide. The light-shaking realm occupied the center, and there was a large uninhabited area. He didn't leave for many days, and the other people who had designs on the light-shaking realm didn't stay idle either. They were all working hard. Duanda's expression was solemn. He patted his chest and said that this place was definitely an ancient tomb. It was extremely rare and contained unimaginable secrets. I will let you see my true abilities. I can also change the heavens and earth and speed up the opening of this ancient tomb. When the time comes, we can fight for the immortal treasures. He started to dig a hole. Using burial techniques, he connected the dragon chi in the veins of the earth and gathered it toward the huge mound. Of course, he didn't dare to get too close because the center was the light-shaking Holy Land. If he touched the formation of the immortal inheritance, he would be in trouble. In these few days, Yi Fan was also moving. He didn't go deep and just stood on a mountain peak. He used an origin technique to carve some marks for future use. Half a month later, a loud sound came from this highland. Duanda, the big black dog, and Longma ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boundless celestial being, I accidentally activated the earth chi in the tomb. The dragon graveyard has awakened. I estimate that this place will be in big trouble soon, Duanda said after escaping to a place where there was no one. You didn't do this properly. What if the light-shaking Holy Land is destroyed? The Black Emperor had a compassionate expression. F***CK, fake compassion. Weren't you the one who encouraged me to activate the tomb? Duanda said. Inform the light-shaking Holy Land. Don't let anything really happen, Yi Tong said worriedly. Duanda shook his head and said, there's no need for that. They know better than anyone what kind of place this is. They chose this place back then because they knew what was going on and knew that something would happen to the tomb. I only made it happen 1 or 2 months earlier. In the distance, another loud sound came from the highland. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions like a spider web. This day has finally come. In a sealed stone room, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. The room was bright and full of fragrance. Boom! The light-shaking Holy Land trembled continuously. Huge cracks spread, and the mountain peak shook. An unusual aura appeared in the highland, making people tremble and want to kneel down. The entire light-shaking Holy Land was in chaos. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since something like this had happened. It was as if the Holy Land was going to collapse. Light-shaking Holy Land disciples, Gather immediately. An old voice suddenly echoed through the mountains. Everyone was shocked and quickly quieted down, gathering towards the immortal martial field. We are going to relocate our sect. This news was like a clap of thunder. Everyone was stunned. A great sage was actually going to relocate from its original location? This was something that rarely happened. The highland began to tremble as cracks began to appear all over it. Some places even began to cave in, shocking everyone. Presumably, the Holy Land would collapse in less than half a month. This place helped me reach the light-shaking Holy Land, but we have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, a disaster will befall us. Disciples, return to your positions. Obviously, the higher-ups of the light-shaking Holy Land had made preparations a long time ago. They had predicted this day's events many years ago and had prepared a way to deal with it. A muffled sound rang out as a celestial light illuminated the sky, causing the sun to dim. All of the beautiful mountain peaks began to rise from the ground. More specifically, a large portion of the highland was lifted off the ground, carrying the light-shaking Holy Land into the sky. The palaces, buildings, and cities that were originally floating in the air began to rise again. It was as if a small continent had risen into the sky. The light-shaking Holy Land's ancient formation was not damaged. The ancient trees were still there, and the old medicines were still fragrant. All of the spiritual birds and auspicious beasts had not fled, and the buildings were still grand and majestic. A large black cauldron floated in the sky, and even the traces of the great Tao were suppressed. Its entire body flickered with a dark golden light, and it was extremely mysterious. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, beasts, the sun, the moon, and the stars were engraved on its surface. It was precisely the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. The light-shaking Holy Land's elders took it out and suspended it in the sky. Tens of thousands of Tao marks descended, tightly protecting the entire ancient land. They were afraid of being attacked along the way, so they took out their supreme emperor weapon to defend themselves. That day, the entire southern region was shaken. Many of the ancient sects were shaken. The glorious great sage had actually chosen to relocate from its original location. This was truly a shocking piece of news. Through the realm gates and transportation formations, this news quickly spread throughout the 5 regions and shook the entire world. Let's hurry to the southern region. The light-shaking Holy Land is definitely going to undergo a shocking change. For us, this might be a great opportunity. Some of the ancient sect masters knew a few secrets, and their reactions were extremely fast. What will happen there? 90% of the people were confused. A great ancient secret is most likely going to be revealed. An old sect master muttered. The light-shaking Holy Land's supreme emperor, on a stormy night filled with lightning and thunder, forged the emperor weapon, the dragon-marked black gold cauldron. It was known as the world's greatest miracle. Some people said that it was the blood, sweat, and tears of generations of sages, advancing wave after wave, using their lives to forge it. This was the result of the sect's 50,000 years of common worship. However, there were always rumors that this was not the case at all. The world was suddenly thrown into chaos. It was unknown just how many cultivators immediately set out towards the southern region. Chapter 1089. The shaking light realm cracked. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron released tens of thousands of strands of immortal light. It was as if a divine core was going to rush out from within, rising and falling. Many people were greatly alarmed. As the entire Holy Land rose into the air, this emperor weapon surged with immortal multicolored light, resonating with the high ground. It actually seemed like it was going to fall down. What is going on? Hurry and activate it. The sect members were greatly alarmed. The entire Holy Land was engraved with ancient formations, and the outside world was constructed with flying immortals. If something unexpected happened, the losses would be disastrous and immeasurable. Go! A piece of divine source appeared, flickering with blinding light. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was an old man sealed within. He had white hair and was sitting cross-legged within. This was an ancient person whose strength was difficult to estimate. This was a great trump card of the shaking light realm. Xiu. The Black Emperor cauldron floated up and down. Endless strands of multicolored light and tens of thousands of Dao splendor shone. Immortal energy surged within the cauldron, releasing primal chaos thunder. It immediately stabilized. With an ancient saint activating the black gold cauldron, the situation was naturally completely different. It completely stabilized the situation. On the high ground, there were tens of thousands of several-meter-wide cracks. Every single one extended for more than 10 li. With gotcha sounds, the immortal earth was about to collapse. The Black Emperor cauldron in the air released countless strands of immortal light. It flourished brilliantly, making all living beings tremble. They couldn't help but bow down in worship. It wrapped around the entire Holy Land and quickly flew into the distance. Everyone in the shaking light realm released a breath of relief. Just now, there was a mysterious and unfathomable power that resonated with the Black Immortal Cauldron. It almost broke free from their control and caused them to lose this cauldron. The ancient grave was about to collapse. The southern region was thrown into an uproar. Many ancient sects took action and hurried over. Even the shaking light realm themselves, after arriving at the spiritual land they had already scouted, immediately sent experts back. They occupied a favorable location and paid close attention. They didn't want to completely give up. This was a great chaos. The southern region was in an uproar, and the eastern wastelands was also in an uproar. Central continent, southern mountains, and other places cultivators all moved out. Even the ancient races people came. Immeasurable celestial being, fortunately, this poor Daoist had long since made preparations and dug out a secret path formed from Dao marks. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seized the initiative. Duanda's expression was that of a swindler. Over the next few days, this plateau gave off waves of terrifying fluctuations. The ground continued to crack and deform. The Central Prefecture's dragon-seeking Earth Master frowned as soon as he arrived. They were another group of eccentric people after Yi Fan and Duanda. They could observe the mountains and rivers and survey the terrain. This place defies the will of the heavens. No wonder the light-shaking realm was able to flourish for hundreds of thousands of years. It is simply too extraordinary. However, the mysteries of the heavens do not appear, and everything is chaotic. I can't see anything. The dragon-seeking Geomaster had extraordinary means. He noticed something strange at first glance. If not for Duanda and Yi Fan making a move one after another and setting up this place, he might have been able to figure something out. Duanda, Black Emperor, Yi Tong, and Longma all hid themselves, because the people of the ancient race had come, and they did not want to cause any trouble. Yi Fan naturally paid attention to this as well. A while ago, he had killed the Heavenly Prince and caused a huge uproar. Even if he had the victorious Fighting Buddha's protection, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be people who would take the risk out of desperation. As expected, after the ancient race appeared, the atmosphere changed greatly. Some powerful half-sages opened their heavenly eyes and scanned the surroundings. They were obviously searching for someone. It can't be that a sage-level ancestor king has come, right? Yi Fan stood on a blue stone and observed the crowd. His heavenly eyes were different from the others and could see through all falsehoods. There were figures everywhere in this place. The entire mountain region was filled with cultivators. All of the experts of the world moved upon hearing the news. They were all discussing ancient secrets. Back then, the light-shaking realm was able to forge an emperor weapon. It was definitely not the result of 50,000 years of worship, nor was it carved by generations of ancient sages. Rumor has it that a supreme existence had descended on that rainy night and forged the Emperor Cauldron. Now that the light-shaking realm had been split apart and relocated, people naturally had no more restraints. They began to talk about some of the secrets here. Black patterned gold was extremely difficult to find in the world, especially one that was more than half a square meter. It was truly too rare. It could be said that the light-shaking realm had great luck to be able to obtain it. One has to understand that not even the great ancient emperors were able to forge emperor weapons because they lacked the materials. This type of immortal material was incomparably difficult to find. It was as if they were prostrating themselves to a deity. They forged this black gold into the shape of a cauldron and placed it on the central immortal peak. All disciples who entered the sect had to pray and earnestly kowtow every day. That was a glorious era. Even though the light-shaking realm didn't produce any emperors, there were countless sages and virtuous beings. Outstanding characters emerged from each generation, and after 50,000 years, it was unknown just how many sage imprints were carved into the cauldron. It was to the extent where there were 2 great sages who offered their lives and souls. Before passing away in meditation, they poured their entire cultivation into the cauldron and interweaved it into a mark. People all said that they were the ones who moved the heavens in the end. That was why on that mysterious rainy night, millions of strands of immortal light and tens of thousands of streaks of primal chaos submerged the cauldron. It was refined to the extreme and turned into an emperor weapon. Could it be that the reason why the emperor weapon was forged back then was related to this strange terrain? People stared at the enormous earth mound and continuously pondered. It looks like a great tomb. Finally, a dragon-seeking master from the central continent cried out in alarm. This place immediately erupted. Everyone was shaken, and there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. Could it be that on that mysterious rainy night, there really was something else hidden? An unmatched emperor-level figure created the light-shaking Holy Land, and all of the lightning and thunder were actually the great emperor forging the cauldron? Even the ancient races couldn't remain calm. They all continuously surrounded this place and watched. The earth mound collapsed and cracked apart, becoming more and more mysterious. Strands of Dao light interweaved outwards. A powerful aura covered heaven and earth. Golden radiance shone brilliantly. 6 archaic vicious beasts had all severed their Dao. They pulled an ancient war chariot over, forcing everyone to retreat. This war chariot contained blazing golden light. It was like a treasure that saw the light of the heavens. There was actually a strand of ancient emperor aura pervading the air. This is someone from the Golden Imperial clan. Someone said in a low voice. One of the ancient imperial clans. They had previously suppressed the archaic era and their name shook the entire ancient star. This clan had a golden mace that could strike immortals above and all living things below. It was incomparably terrifying. Not long ago, the Golden King used this emperor weapon to fight against the victorious fighting Buddha. However, he was no match and returned in defeat, using his divine marrow to redeem his life. It's actually a woman. Everyone was shocked. When the 6 ancient beasts approached, a woman walked out from within. She stood on the war chariot and looked down on the world. Her figure was tall and slender. She had a head of long golden hair that shone like a sun deity. She was resplendent and dazzling, and even her eyes were golden. The specks of golden radiance were intimidating. However, her skin was snow-white like jade, smooth and tender. Her entire being was otherworldly, and her temperament was outstanding. She was like a sun goddess with exceptional style. She is the Golden Bloodline's ancient imperial daughter. Who would have thought that she would appear in this world? An ancient emperor's daughter, one of the present world's most powerful bloodlines, actually came here. No wonder there were 6 Dao severing ancient beasts pulling the chariot. The ancient races people discussed among themselves. The human race's cultivators were all shocked. Sure enough, the great imperial clans all had imperial prince-level figures that were sealed. They lived until this era, waiting for the path of immortality to open. The Golden Clan's heavenly lady arrived. As her clan's princess, she was extremely powerful. There were 2 men following her war chariot. They hurried over together. One of them wore sky-blue precious clothes. The sleeves of his clothes fluttered about. His figure was tall and slender, and his appearance was outstanding. He had phoenix eyes, and this was a young man with an extraordinary temperament. Meanwhile, the other person was someone many people recognized. It was precisely Wang Su, the one who had been suppressed by Huang Shudao in the Divine City not long ago, and then had his bones broken by the Sacred Prince. In the end, his lungs were trampled to pieces by Longma. He came from outside this region. Could it be that the phoenix-eyed man is his senior brother? I heard that the Golden Clan had invited that ancient saint from outside this region to be their guest. Now, The relationship between the two isn't shallow. Wang Su suffered a great defeat in the Divine City not long ago and lost all face. Now that he appeared again, no one was interested in him. Most of them were staring at the Golden Heavenly Lady and the Phoenix-eyed man. The Golden Clan's princess released 2 streaks of brilliant light from her golden pupils. They extended for several dozen li and swept through the sky, passing over everyone's bodies. Many people cried out in alarm. This type of light made it impossible for one to hide. Regardless of whether one changed their appearance or hid their origin, they would all be revealed. These 2 streaks of golden light were like demonic mirrors. She's looking for someone. This is an innate divine ability of the golden bloodline. It's comparable to the secret techniques of ancient emperors. They are born with golden pupils, and they can see through all illusions. No one can hide their true appearance from them. Not good. In the distance, the large black dog leaped up. At this moment he had transformed into a black cat and appeared on the spot. Yi Tong was also swept by the light. His entire body immediately shone with boundless light, revealing the bloodline of the ancient Sun Emperor. Every inch of his muscles was shining. Fortunately, Longmo was far away from this place. Otherwise, once it was exposed as a mount that only an ancient great emperor could possess, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and he would be hunted down by everyone. It's them. Wang Su gritted his teeth. Oh, he's the disciple of the human race's sacred physique. He's indeed extraordinary. The phoenix-eyed man was surprised. He stretched out a jade-white hand and pressed forward, wanting to seal Yi Tong. Beside him, the light in the Golden Clan's princess' golden pupils receded, and she returned to normal. Her expression was cold and arrogant. Only her golden hair danced in the wind, as if it was burning with divine flames. Everyone understood that Wang Su wanted to get back at them. Last time, he had suffered a great defeat, and he was too ashamed to show his face. Now, his senior brother had come out to demand an explanation. The phoenix-eyed man's snow-white crystalline finger turned into a large palm that flew over quickly. The void was easily torn apart like a window frame. Woof! The large black dog knew how powerful this attack was, so he blocked this attack for Yi Tong. He didn't dare to let him face the attack, because this was the attack of a half-saint, and it was the super powerful kind. Bang! The Black Emperor's large claws shook off the lustrous white palm. His large eyes were wide open, glaring angrily. I'll deal with him, the Golden Clan's princess said. Her eyes flashed again, and a golden beam of light flew out, slashing toward the Black Emperor. When the bloodline of an ancient emperor attacked, heaven and earth would resonate. Their blood could innately obtain the recognition of the great Tao. Damn it, let's leave this place first, the Black Emperor said in a low voice. He didn't want to fight with someone here. After all, everyone was watching and there were many ancient races here. If this went on for a long time, he would be at a great disadvantage. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was afraid that Yi Tong would be injured. This child hadn't severed his Tao and hadn't grown up yet, so how could he deal with a half-saint? None of you can leave, Wang Su shouted. The phoenix-eyed man pressed forward and attacked again. He wanted to capture Yi Tong. Don't let a single one of them escape. The Gold Princess spoke up. Some powerful ancient race beings appeared from all directions and surrounded the Black Emperor. If I want to leave, which one of you can stop me? The Black Emperor took out a chessboard formation and brought Yi Tong inside. He was about to leave. Where do you think you're going? The phoenix-eyed man snorted coldly. He was determined to make Yi Tong stay. Light flashed in his hand, and a powerful secret weapon appeared. In an instant, it tore through the void and slashed into the realm gate. The Black Empress tried to block it, but she was still a bit too slow. She was unable to seal off part of the shockwaves. Pooh! Yi Tong spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion was snow-white. Fortunately, his physique was extraordinary and difficult to find in this world. Otherwise, he would most likely be in danger. How dare you injure my disciple? Yi Fan let out a cold snort. He tore through the vacuum in the distance and descended from the sky. Bang! He stomped down and directly stepped onto the ancient golden chariot. The Golden Princess, the phoenix-eyed man, Wang Su, and the others were all under his feet. Pooh! Wang Su was the weakest, and he coughed up blood on the spot. Chapter 1090. A large foot descended from the sky. It could be said to be completely fearless as it covered everyone below and crushed them all. The Golden Clan's princess was standing on top of the golden ancient war chariot. As the archaic emperor's daughter, even the 6 vicious beasts that pulled the chariot were at the Dao severing level. Her status was noble, so who dared to do this to her? Everyone was stupefied. He stepped on the ancient princess and looked down on the southern region. He was truly unrestrained and looked down on everyone. He was powerful to the extreme. Who is this? There wasn't a single person who wasn't moved. They were all shocked to the point where their pupils contracted and their mouths were wide open. They were all watching nervously. Pooh! After Wang Su spat out blood, his body trembled violently. Cracks appeared on his body as he flew out several dozen zhang. He couldn't endure this type of pressure at all. He was injured by Huang Shudao and the sacred prince and almost had his Dao source severed. He hadn't recovered even now, and now, he was intimidated by an imperial prince-level figure. His old injuries immediately flared up again. Insolence! Someone shouted loudly and quickly took action to resist Yi Fan's large foot. It was precisely the Golden Bloodline's guards who attacked horizontally. However, Yi Fan attacked powerfully, so how could he retreat halfway? His entire body overflowed with strand after strand of holy splendor. His appearance was dignified as he descended majestically. The large foot's momentum didn't change in the slightest and instead produced even more terrifying fluctuations. The Golden Fairy and Phoenix-eyed male moved to the side and chose to retreat. It was because Yi Fan's foot was stepping on them from above. His attacks were too incisive. The glorious archaic emperor's youngest daughter was the center of attention and was favored by all types of people. How could she raise her head and collide with another's foot? Meanwhile, the phoenix-eyed male also had an extraordinary status. He was noble and graceful, so there was even less of a chance that he would face a large foot head-on. He chose to evade first. The others didn't care so much. When the ancient princess moved, there were naturally guards accompanying her. Several people attacked at the same time, but they couldn't stop it at all. When this foot descended, it formed a shockwave that blasted all of them backwards. It was like muffled thunder. At the same time, the Golden Princess and Phoenix-eyed male also retreated several hundred zhang to avoid the sharp radiance. Yi Fan's foot landed on the Golden War Chariot, breaking it into pieces. The 6 ancient beasts roared and rushed in all directions, all of them retreating in fear. In the distance, everyone was dead silent. This person was too powerful, immediately destroying the ancient princess war chariot, shattering it with a single step. He was arrogant to the extreme, completely fearless. Almost everyone became stupefied. This was an ancient imperial goddess, and one of them was the great disciple of an outer realm sage. The one who came was absolutely unrestrained, shattering the golden war chariot with a single stomp. Metallic luster scattered in all directions. Who is this? Someone asked softly, revealing a shocked expression, feeling that this was a bit inconceivable. In today's world, the most powerful force was none other than the ancient royal family. Now that someone dared to make a move on their goddess, it was definitely a sensational event. Shu, lower your voice. The main character has finally appeared again. Who knows, he might be able to pierce through the sky again today. Who are you talking about? Many people didn't understand. I reckon quite a number of people have already guessed this person's identity. It might cause a world-shaking commotion. Could it be that he wants to kill the Golden Princess this time? If that's the case, things will get big. A few people spoke softly, not daring to speak loudly in fear of causing trouble. The Golden Clan's princess is an outstanding beauty with divine flesh and natural charm. Is he going to viciously destroy a flower? The one he wants to deal with might be the phoenix-eyed male. On this high ground, many people cast their eyes over. Their eyes flickered with light, carrying both hope and fear. In the distance, when the Black Emperor and Yi Tong saw this, they walked out from the realm gate again. However, they changed positions, flying towards the horizon to watch the battle. Yi Fan was the center of attention, and many people began to doubt his identity. The area he stood in was extremely quiet, and those who dared to discuss this all stood in the distance. For you dare block the princess path, destroy the war chariot, and report your name. The golden bloodlines people shouted. Yi Fan's eyes swept over, but he didn't pay them any attention. He walked forward, closing in on the phoenix-eyed male, about to take action again. Senior brother, capture him. He is most likely that holy physique Yi Fan. Wang Su shouted. His eyes were extremely red, and he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Even his body was convulsing. He was extremely terrified just now. That foot stomped down, making him feel as if the end of the world had arrived. He avoided it with great difficulty, but his old injuries flared up from the shockwaves. What? This high ground immediately became noisy. Even though there were some people who were doubtful, when Wang Su said it like this, the effect was different. Is really Yi Fan? He has returned to this world after 14 years? Not long ago, he killed the heavenly prince and almost caused the ancient race to fall into internal strife. The storm engulfed the 5 regions, and even the victorious fighting Buddha left Mount Meru. Is he really a holy physique? During these days, the entire world was guessing his identity and searching for that mysterious person. Now that Yi Fan had reappeared, it naturally caused a huge commotion. That's right, it is this person who fought against the ancient princes. He broke free from the joint attack of Huang Shudao and the Fire Qilin, and finally killed the heavenly prince. People didn't know if this person was the real Yi Fan, but they were sure that he was the one who took action that day, fighting against the 8 divine generals. Blood flowed like rivers in that battle. The golden princess's skin was snow-white and exquisite, but her expression was cold and arrogant. Her long golden hair draped over her swan-like neck. 2 beams of light shot out from her golden pupils, shining towards Yi Fan. This was like a demon mirror. As long as it was covered by the light beam, its true form would be revealed. No method could conceal it. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His hands moved, and a heaven origin pattern appeared. The world didn't know about it, but it shocked the dragon-seeking masters of the Central Plains. They couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This, changing the power of heaven and earth with a raise of the hand. What a heaven-defying method. He can borrow the power of the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon for his own use. This is an ancestral-level method. The heaven origin pattern spread out and emitted a divine radiance. It blocked the 2 golden beams of light and couldn't see through them. Moreover, Yi Fan's Dao technique was extremely invasive. It wasn't as simple as a defense. The power of the mountains and rivers moved, turning into a wave of killing intent that engulfed everything. It turned into a tsunami-like fluctuation that rushed towards the Golden Princess and the others. You dare. The group of guards were startled and angry. This person's offensive nature was too strong. Today, he attacked the Imperial Princess again. They were afraid that something would happen. Why wouldn't I dare? You've already made a move against me. Do you think I'm some clay bodhisattva? Yi Fan's divine flames overflowed into the sky. He was like a volcano as tall as the sky as it pressed over, emitting astonishing divine might. Blazing light filled the sky as he raised his hand. It was as if a deity was on a journey. He was powerful and domineering. Facing the attacks of these guards, he slashed out with his palm. The person at the very front bore the brunt of the attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood like a kite with its string cut. Even though he was far away, he was still heavily injured and was sent flying. Do you really have the human race's divine body? The Golden Princess asked. Her golden pupils no longer shot out beams of light. Yi Fan walked forward and said, So what if I am, and so what if I'm not? Everyone was shaken all around. They were incomparably moved. Could it be that he was going to go all out against the ancient princess? This was an extremely major event. It was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. Insolent! Who do you think you are to dare speak to the princess like this? A guard shouted loudly. The Golden Princess was the most beloved daughter of the ancient emperor. In the eyes of these guards, she was a peerless goddess that no one could blaspheme. They worshipped her almost blindly. Yi Fan laughed loudly as if there was no one else around him. He continued to walk forward as if he didn't care at all. Impudent! Quickly stop! The guard shouted again. Noisy! Yi Fan's fist smashed out, releasing the sound of wind and thunder. The clouds in all directions cried out in response as golden lightning tore through the sky. Those who tried to stop him were smashed into a bloody mist by his fist. Nothing was left behind. He walked powerfully as if he was going to kill anyone in his way. He was full of aggressiveness as he stared straight at the Golden Princess. The group of guards were both shocked and furious. They stood in front of him to protect him. The 6 ancient beasts that pulled the carriage all turned into human forms and lined up to protect him. Let me do it. The man with phoenix eyes smiled and walked out from the crowd. He wore sky blue precious clothes. His figure was tall and slender, and his skin was fair. He was quiet and elegant. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that overflowed with immortal light when they opened and closed. This was an extraordinary half-saint. I'm taking action precisely for you, Yi Fan said. Had Yi Fan really returned? Everyone became more and more convinced that the man with phoenix eyes had injured Yi Tong. This should be the main reason why he took action. You are the human race's saint physique? The man with phoenix eyes had an indifferent expression. His name was Li Wenyan, and his identity was not small. He was the proud disciple of a terrifying ancient saint. It seems like you aren't human, Yi Fan said. He opened his heavenly eye and found that the other's body was flickering with golden light. He was just like the Golden Princess, and even his inner organs seemed to be cast from gold. However, nothing could be seen from the surface. I come from the ancient star where the golden bloodline's ancestor verified the Tao. My body has the blood of the ancient emperor and the human ancestor, Li Wenyan replied. This was the first time people heard of his background. They all revealed strange expressions. It was clear that Li Wenyan's background was great and his bloodline was extremely noble. His bearing is outstanding. Who would have thought that his background would be so extraordinary? He came from another ancient star with life, the ancestral star of the archaic imperial family. He truly is extraordinary. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The blood of the ancient emperor flowed within Li Wenyan's body, and at the same time, he also had the precious blood of the human ancestor. It was just that it was unknown how many generations of descendant he was. His talent was rare. Everyone felt relieved. No wonder the saint of the Golden Clan went to welcome this master and disciple after they arrived in the eastern wasteland. It turned out that they had a great origin and close blood relationship. Senior brother, kill him. The human race's holy body is the best whetstone for you to become a saint. Wang Su shouted loudly. His eyes were completely red, and he seemed to have lost his rationality. In his opinion, Yi Fan was far more hateful than Huang Shudao and the Sacred Prince. After all, those two had personally taken action, yet this person sent a disciple to deal with him in the Divine City. In his eyes, this was a type of humiliation. Yi Fan didn't do such a thing, and he naturally wouldn't explain it to him. He swept his eyes over him and said with great disdain, "After another 3 years, you won't even be worthy of being Yi Tong's opponent." Wang Su's face was flushed red. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He shouted angrily and pointed at Yi Fan. "Get lost!" Yi Fan released a light shout and used the swastika heavenly sound. The sound waves were like heavenly swords that resonated with the cosmos. The Zoid image of a demonic god appeared behind him, and with a single roar, mountains and rivers collapsed. Wang Su screamed miserably. His entire body split apart, and a single roar injured his foundation. His body and soul were almost destroyed. At the crucial moment, Li Wenyan took action. His hand formed a precious imprint and completely dissolved the pressure on his junior brother. Otherwise, he would have definitely become a skeleton. Human race's holy body, let me have a taste of it. I want to see just how outstanding you are. Li Wenyan released a light roar and rushed over murderously. It really is Yi Fan. After parting for 14 years, has he really returned? Great waves surged within everyone's hearts. Guessing was one thing, but having someone confirm it was another. This news was undoubtedly shocking. Chapter 1091. It might not necessarily be Yi Fan. Perhaps someone is deliberately mystifying things and creating a false impression to confuse the people of the world. Not everyone believed that Yi Fan had returned. It was to the extent where some people believed that this person was also a disciple of an ancient saint from outside this region. He was merely working together with an old friend of Yi Fan's. His identity was suspicious. Yi Fan and this super half-sage began a confrontation. Every movement they made was filled with wondrous principles. At this level, they were free and unrestrained without any fixed patterns. Li Wentian's strength was outstanding. He was a super half-sage and his cultivation had reached perfection. The various divine techniques he displayed were wondrous and untainted by the mundane world. His power was extremely great, and the results he produced were completely different from his elegant temperament. Each of his attacks caused rocks to scatter and clouds to collapse. Chi! It was just an aftershock. It seeped out from the gaps between Li Wentian's fingers and landed in the distance. With a hong sound, that place was completely submerged in brilliance. Nothing could be seen anymore. When the smoke and dust scattered, the beautiful mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. This was a great calamity. Several dozen high peaks were turned into dust, 2 great rivers were evaporated, and plants were turned into ashes. A boundless desert appeared. This scene made everyone shiver from head to toe. It was just an aftershock, yet a mountainous region was flattened. Nothing existed anymore. The battle of this level. The destructive power was too shocking. It made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. The slightest movement could easily lead to a great loss of life. Yi Fan had seen a few half-sages before. Last time, when he fought against the 8 divine generals, he alone killed several of them. However, compared to Li Wentian, he was still a bit lacking. This half-sage was indeed a formidable opponent. He was even more powerful than the half-sage Ku Ci he encountered in Western Desert's Lan Tuo Temple. He was worthy of being the proud disciple of an ancient saint from outside this region. When the true battle began, Li Wentian also frowned. The other party was a few small realms lower than him, yet he could fight against him. This was something he didn't even need to think about in the past. Worthy of being the place that was about to open the path to immortality. He could only think like this. The archaic emperors and great ancient emperors had all hurried to this ancient star. Their descendants and inheritances were naturally terrifying beyond compare. The two fought a great battle, divine techniques clashing, cultivation skills competing. In an instant, multicolored light danced about, colorful mists rising, turning into 2 lumps of light. Everyone almost couldn't see their figures clearly anymore. As time passed, Li Wen felt a sense of defeat. Although he wasn't at a disadvantage, he was a half-step sage. Unexpectedly, a person with a higher cultivation realm couldn't suppress someone with a lower cultivation realm. In the distance, Wang Su's face was ashen. His body was riddled with injuries, and more than 10 of his bones had been broken by Yi Fan's heavenly sound. He was both angry and shocked. His senior brother actually couldn't suppress the other party. This person is a few levels lower than senior brother and is not a saint. How can he compete with senior brother Li? The people on this ancient planet are too scary. Wang Su's expression became more and more unsightly. Li Wentian had always been the one to cross realms and fight against other heroes. He had never met someone who could go against him like this. He finally understood how terrifying the human race's saint physique was. Li Wentian held a bright moon saber in his hand. It was as clear as autumn water as he slashed at Yi Fan's head. A rainbow light was drawn out as if a silver moon was falling down. Ding! Yi Fan held the dark golden spear horizontally to block the bright moon saber. Then he took advantage of the momentum and slashed out. The sharp tip of the spear turned into a shooting star and pointed at Li Wentian's throat. Li Wentian retreated. His body was like a bright moon, flickering indefinitely as he avoided this attack. A black hole silently appeared in the void. It was created by the sharp tip of the spear. Awakening Dao bones, revealing my ancestral blood. Endless golden divine power, awakening bloodline. Li Wentian's voice was gloomy. His phoenix eyes were overflowing with essence as his aura became sharp. His entire body was emitting golden light from the inside out. He was like a golden man as he forcefully refined the ancient sovereign true blood sealed within his body. He was a half-sage. He used a secret technique to activate his potential and opened up the treasures of his body. In this short instant, his physique reached the peak it had ever reached in history. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura erupted. In a split second, the mountains and valleys began to tremble. All creatures were shaken and felt endless fear. Li Wentian's ancestral atavism had used a harsh secret technique to transform into the ancient sovereign bloodline. He was simply transcending the mortal realm and entering sainthood. His entire body seemed to be forged from gold and was extremely dazzling. Even his hair was golden. Hand over your life. He wielded the bright moon saber and slashed out a several thousand zhang long blade radiance. Everywhere it passed, the mountains and rivers turned into fine powder. He was like a god of war that had descended into this world. Just now, he didn't dare to clash head-on against Yi Fan's physical body. He could only attack with divine techniques and engage in guerrilla warfare. But now, he had suddenly reached a domineering level that left everyone horrified. Is this a preview of the ancient sovereign prince reaching the half-sage realm? Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. This enemy was much more terrifying than before. His entire body was emitting astonishing blood energy. Golden radiance rushed out from the top of his head and rang with metallic sounds. He towered between heaven and earth, overlooking the world. Dang! Yi Fan clashed head-on with the dark golden spear in his hand. Sounds continuously rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Strands of Dao marks appeared one after another. This was a true battle of life and death. The battle between the two erupted. Every single spark that landed on the ground could turn more than 10 great mountains into scorched earth, no longer existing. The destructive power was astonishing. Dang! A loud sound rang out as immortal light scattered down. A 9-layered divine pagoda appeared and suspended above Li Wentian's head. There were actually strands of primal chaos curling about it. This was a powerful weapon that could be used both offensively and defensively. The divine splendor that descended protected his body and weakened Yi Fan's attacks by quite a bit. At the same time, each level of the 9-layered divine pagoda would shoot out an expanse of primal chaos sword energy from time to time. Its destructive power was astonishing. Together with the bright moon saber's attacks, it made Li Wentian even more terrifying. Senior brother is going all out. He rarely ancestral atavism and uses the ancient sovereign true blood to fight. As a half-sage, his offensive power has increased greatly. Human race holy physique, you're dead for sure. Wang Su said through clenched teeth. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they watched quietly from afar. They didn't know what the result of this battle would be. Instant ancestral atavism, such a method had never been heard of before. Yi Fan had indeed fallen into a bitter battle. This half-sage was far stronger than before. The power of his bloodline was astonishing. Every time he used it, it would be earth-shattering. The golden blood energy was like an ocean, making even Yi Fan feel pressured. As for the others, they were suffocating. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. All of their faces were pale. All kinds of birds and beasts in the desolate land were crouching on the ground, trembling in fear as they faced this direction. Swish! Yi Fan relied on the extreme speed of the Xing formula to turn into a beam of light. The dark golden spear in his hand shot out tens of thousands of streaks of light, all of them aimed at Li Wentian's vitals. Is it really the human race holy physique? Why don't I see him using the myriad chi cauldron? The spectators were suspicious. Could it be that he still has energy left and doesn't need to use the cauldron to defend? Some people were shaken. Dang, ding. Yi Fan's body turned into a bolt of lightning and seemed to have imprinted itself in the void. He used the dark golden spear as a long blade and slashed out thousands of times. All of them landed on Li Wentian's back, and the sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. Li Wentian's cultivation was profound. With his back facing Yi Fan, he carried the bright moon blade behind his back to block the attacks. At the same time, the divine pagoda above his head descended with holy splendor to dissolve the attacks. After tens of thousands of clashes, the golden radiance around Li Wentian's body became even more brilliant. He grasped the initiative and launched a powerful attack. The bright moon blade was like a heavenly river hanging in the sky. The blade radiance poured down in torrents. It's the aura of our race's ancient emperor. Even the people of the golden race were shocked. The golden princess paid close attention. This blood energy was even denser and purer than that of her race. Li Wentian became more and more powerful in the fierce clash. He had the spirit to break the heavens and entered an unrivaled realm. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Golden radiance surged, and he was invincible. Yi Fan let out a long roar. The unrivaled fist intent of the transcending six paths of reincarnation fist tore the space in front of him apart. No matter how powerful Li Wentian was, he had to retreat. All types of sounds rang out at the same time. An indistinct scene appeared and interweaved together, forming a terrifying combination. It immediately froze Li Wentian in place. The divine body phenomenon temporarily merged into one. Its power was extraordinary and incomparably powerful. It was as if it had been frozen for eternity. It could attack the future and the past. Li Wentian suffered a strike from the phenomenon. His entire body flew out and blood spurted out from his mouth. He was seriously injured. At this moment, his spirit was dispirited. The golden holy light on his body receded like a tide. He seemed incomparably exhausted. How could it be like this? Senior brother should be able to last for at least 2 hours after returning to his ancestral state. It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour today. Wang Su was horrified. His scalp went numb. The bloodline returning to its ancestral state would make one's physique extremely terrifying. However, there were powerful repercussions. Once one withdrew from this realm, one's body would become extremely weak. Li Wentian was struck by Yi Fan's phenomenon and forcefully withdrew from his ancestral state. This was undoubtedly a disaster. Not only did his powerful physique disappear, even his cultivation and magical power weakened by a large amount. Bullying the weak and injuring my disciple, you will be punished, Yi Fan said in a low voice. However, Li Wentian was so close, so he naturally heard it clearly. His entire body felt cold. The power of his bloodline disappeared, and the golden light was restrained. He quickly retreated. This was his weakest period. If he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly die. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan chased closely. Stop him and save Li Wentian, said the golden princess. 2 half-saints appeared. They led 8 or 9 guards and rushed over to stop Yi Fan. They wanted to save Li Wentian. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll make them bleed for 5 steps, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely cold. He formed hand seals and chased after Li Wentian. Li Wentian did his best to resist, but his body was weak. How could he block the exuberant blood energy of the human race's divine body? His body was shaken until cracks appeared. Boom! He opened his mouth and roared. The divine pagoda above his head flew out. It was as tall as the sky and descended, surrounding Yi Fan within. This was a half-saint's weapon made from everlasting silver essence. In the near future, it would definitely become a divine weapon that was rarely seen in this world. Even saints would be jealous of it. The divine pagoda enlarged and devoured the heaven and earth. It sucked Yi Fan inside, and it was like an archaic giant beast. Its stomach became a world of its own. What a terrifying weapon. It actually suppressed him. If we all take action at the same time, we'll most likely turn him into a pool of blood, said a half-saint from the Gold Clan. The others were moved. They took action together and released Dao Light. They truly wanted to refine this pagoda and melt away Yi Fan. Gotcha. However, as soon as they took action, this 9-layered divine pagoda released cracking sounds. Fine cracks appeared one after another. In the next quarter of an hour, the entire divine pagoda exploded. A wave of vitality as exuberant as an ocean rushed out. Even though the divine body's blood energy didn't overflow, this type of aura still shocked everyone. Yi Fan's black hair danced about. His gaze was like a blade. He used a six-path reincarnation fist to directly break apart the divine pagoda and rush out. It couldn't be stopped for even a moment. This is a divine material, everlasting silver essence. Even saints find it difficult to find it. Actually broke it barehandedly. Everyone was petrified. If he becomes a half-saint, he will most likely be able to receive a divine weapon barehandedly. He definitely has a divine body. Boom. Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. The unmatched fist intent that transcended the six paths erupted. The entire heaven and earth were destroyed. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be swaying. It possessed an aura that could obliterate the world. One of the half-saints bore the brunt of the attack and received Yi Fan's most powerful attack. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Even though he tried his best to evade, half of his body immediately turned into a bloody mist. He flew out horizontally and blood splashed hundreds of meters. He wasn't Li Wenyan. Even though they were both half-saints, there was still a huge gap between them. They couldn't be compared. Yi Fan turned into a bolt of lightning as he moved forward. He casually pressed down and two more guards' chests caved in. They then turned into a rain of blood and perished on the spot. At the same time, Yi Fan followed up with another attack. That half-saint who was sent flying was completely turned into a pile of meat paste. His divine soul was also extinguished. Even though Li Wenyan retreated very quickly and continuously resisted, he still couldn't stop Yi Fan's attack. He was suppressed by a heaven-overturning seal and was caught by Yi Fan. Chapter 1092. Yi Fan's right hand turned into a sky-turning imprint. Golden runes were carved on it, strand by strand. With just one strike, Li Wenyan was sent flying, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. As if he was carrying a dead duck, Yi Fan restrained him and held him upside down by his sky-blue treasured clothes. The Gold Clan's guards who were rushing over were terrified. All of this was too much. From the moment Yi Fan broke the divine pagoda to killing the half-saint and capturing Li Wenyan, all of this happened in an instant. Yi Fan attacked ruthlessly. Golden runes flickered on his palm like a golden millstone as it swept over. The bones of the two guards were broken as blood splashed high into the air. "Stop!" The gold princess lightly shouted. Yi Fan ignored her. Just now, when he was sucked into the half-saint pagoda made of silver essence, these people wanted to refine him into a pool of blood. How could he stop now? He carried Li Wenyan upside down and gripped his ankles, using him as a human-shaped weapon as he charged forward. Everyone was a bit startled. Yi Fan was using a half-saint against the enemy. This was a bit too ferocious, leaving many people dumbstruck. But he held the human-shaped weapon in his hand and whipped a Gold Clan guard's body. Blood splashed everywhere as a corpse flew out. The primordial spirit's flame was extinguished. Li Wenyan could no longer remain calm and could no longer maintain his elegant temperament. His expression was unsightly and his lips were trembling from anger. This was the first time in his life that he was treated like this. He had rarely been defeated in his life and was a peak-level half-saint. Now, he was suppressed by someone of a lower realm and used as a weapon like the bronze spear. This was a great humiliation. The space between Yi Fan's brows flickered and a beam of light that looked like a vertical eye appeared. It was an inch-long Dao sword. With a zheng-zheng sound, it shot out strands of sword chi that cut down three guards. Blood splashed everywhere. He carried Li Wenyan and went straight for the gold princess. These guards couldn't stop him, but if they did, their corpses would inevitably fall under his feet. He's going for the golden princess. How daring! He just killed the heavenly prince, and now he's going to fight against the ancient princess of another bloodline? He's going straight for the Golden Clan's holy daughter. In the wilderness, everyone was discussing quietly, all of their expressions changing. This expert who was believed to be Yi Fan really was daring to the heavens, completely unrestrained. Enough. The Golden Princess coldly reprimanded. Her expression was cold and arrogant. Two resplendent beams of light shot out from her golden pupils towards Yi Fan. It was as if the sun and moon were revolving. The sky rumbled and the Tao was boundless. Yi Fan was fearless. He flicked his finger and said, "If you say it's enough, then it's enough. Didn't you help Li Wenyan deal with me just now?" Golden sword waves surged out from the tip of his finger. It was as though a huge rock had fallen into a great lake in the immortal realm. Golden ripples spread out rapidly in all directions. This was undoubtedly fatal. Pooh! Pew! The 7 or 8 golden guards surrounding him were swept away by the golden ripples. All of them exploded and turned into a bloody mist. They didn't even have the chance to let out a groan. The wilderness was completely silent. No one dared to even breathe loudly. This person who was suspected to be Yi Fan made them feel like they were suffocating. He was powerful and sharp, and his methods were heaven-defying. If a saint didn't appear, who could contend against him? In the present age, there was practically no one who could stop him. First, he killed the heavenly prince, then he fought against the golden princess. He had completely gone against the ancient prince. Now, even if Yi Fan didn't admit it or say anything, almost everyone guessed that the divine physique had returned. You have already offended over 100 races, and you still want to become enemies with my golden clan? The golden princess's golden pupils met with the sword waves. It was as though fireworks were blossoming between the two. I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Since you guys are targeting me, I can only wield my blade against you. Yi Fan attacked as soon as he arrived. He lifted Li Wenyan with one hand and formed a seal with the other. A black mountain flew out and collided with the golden princess. I'm not targeting you. I'm just helping Li Wenyan along the way. I used the golden eyes to help him find a few people. However, since you think so, there's nothing else to say. The golden princess was quite unyielding and didn't bother to explain. Her golden hair was sparkling as she used the ancient emperor technique right away. Her snow-white jade-like fingers were as firm as a holy weapon. They disintegrated the black mountain and flew toward the space between Yi Fan's eyebrows. Clang! It was as though divine metals had collided. Yi Fan used his hand to block her attack. After that, the two of them exchanged over 1,000 blows in the blink of an eye. Their figures flew back and forth at a speed that was dazzling to the eyes. No one could keep up with their speed. During this process, Yi Fan treated Li Wenyan as a bronze lance. He clenched his fist with one hand and held a humanoid weapon in the other as he fought against the golden princess. Li Wenyan was in the middle and felt extremely stifled. Not long ago, he was a proud and respected person. No matter where he went, he would be surrounded by people. Now, he had become a prisoner and a weapon in someone else's hands. In the distance, Wang Su's expression was ashen. He was both shocked and furious. He turned around and wanted to find his master. Boom! Suddenly, a huge green dragon flew over and wrapped around his waist. It carried him into the battlefield. This was the true dragon seal Yi Fan had used. You want to leave? Is that even possible? Yi Fan grabbed him and brought him over. He held one in each hand and used the humanoid weapon to attack the golden princess. The two of them turned into lightning and continuously clashed. The daughter of the archaic emperor possessed boundless potential and was terrifyingly powerful. Her golden blood flowed and her entire body was emitting immortal light. Each of her attacks was world-shaking. Although she was a woman, her methods were heaven-defying and her wondrous techniques were astonishing. Her golden technique was unparalleled in this world and almost turned Yi Fan into metal several times. Hong Long. The blood within the daughter of the archaic emperor was like a tsunami, causing many spectators to tremble in fear. They quickly retreated. Each drop of blood contained the power of the archaic emperor. In the current world, who would dare to fight against a divine physique? Only imperial princes would dare to do so. Although the golden princess looked graceful and beautiful, she was like a reincarnated goddess of war when she fought. Her golden hair would tear apart the void every time it moved. It was as if the most brilliant sunlight was pulsating, and each of her attacks could tear apart the heaven and earth. The two fought fiercely from the great wastelands back to the great tomb, and then from the great tomb to the mountains and ravines. They fought until the heaven and earth lost their colors and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The golden princess was astonished. She had always been conceited. During the archaic era, she was unrivaled in her generation. No one could last more than 10 moves against her. She looked down on the archaic era and was known as the most stunning woman. But now, she encountered such a great enemy. The more they fought, the more valiant he became. It was as if there was a dormant divine radiance within his body that burned her golden eyes until they were in waves of pain. This was something that had never happened before. That's right, no wonder Father said that if I were to be reborn in this era, I would definitely meet an enemy and most likely wouldn't be unrivaled under the heavens. She recalled the words of the Golden Emperor. This was a great era, and she wouldn't be the only one to be reborn. There would definitely be other ancient princes waiting for the path to immortality to open. No one dared to say that they were unrivaled. And now, a few ancient princes and even the heirs of the archaic emperors had appeared. In the past, they were all peerless geniuses who could sweep through their peers in their respective eras. Now that they had met, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Bang! After the 1,700 moves, the Golden Princess's golden pupils suddenly blazed with radiance. Her snow-white, jade-like appearance suddenly surged with killing intent as her slender jade-like hands slapped over. As per usual, Yi Fan used a pair of human-shaped weapons to block. The Golden Princess frowned slightly and changed her technique. She pressed down across the air and her slender hands streaked across the void, aiming for Yi Fan's throat and wanted to take his head. Yi Fan's feet used the travel symbol to retreat. Suddenly, the Golden Princess put her hands together and made a strange posture. Her hands were like crystal bottles, and with an explosive honglong sound, heaven and earth exploded. An expanse of golden immortal light flew out from the crystal bottle. Its destructive power was terrifying, and it was extremely fast. She didn't care about the lives of Li Wenyan and his brothers as she enveloped them within. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was definitely the ancient emperor's forbidden secret technique. It was even more terrifying than the primitive emperor's Dao sword and a bit stronger than the heavenly prince's divine spirit art. This woman wasn't easy to provoke. Golden immortal light. This was a secret technique comprehended by the archaic emperor before he passed away. It surpassed the methods of the mortal world, and if it was used by the archaic emperors, strands of immortal force would definitely appear. Yi Fan's expression changed as he sensed danger. Even though the opponent in front of him was a woman, she was even more powerful than the heavenly prince. Li Wenyan and Wang Su both exploded. They didn't even have time to release a miserable cry before their bodies and souls were completely wiped out. The Golden Princess's attacks were decisive and forceful. She passed through the bloody mist and slaughtered her way over. The crystal bottle was held in her hands and surged with golden immortal light. Its destructive power was world-shocking. A layer of goosebumps appeared all over Yi Fan's body. He knew that the other party wouldn't care about Wang Su's life and death, but he never thought that she would even kill Li Wenyan just to heavily injure him. This woman was ruthless enough. Li Wenyan was the pride of the Outer Realm Saint's disciple, yet she killed him just like that. It was all for the sake of injuring him and finding an opportunity to kill him. Yi Fan raised his fists to face the attack. Starting from his fingertips, golden radiance flourished and quickly extended to his arms. It became a golden color and his blood energy surged. It really is a divine body, golden fingers and blood energy. Someone cried out in alarm, but he quickly shut his mouth. His face was full of shock and he couldn't help but tremble. It was because a wave of golden light spread in all directions like an ocean. It was as if a golden forbidden divine sea was rising and falling as it wreaked havoc in the vast sky. Golden immortal light. In reality, everyone already realized that Yi Fan's fists and arms turned golden after being illuminated by this light. He might have encountered a mishap. The Golden Princess had never been defeated her entire life. She looked down on the archaic times and looked down on all under the heavens. She was known as the imperial family's fairy. She had already revived more than 10 years ago, but she had never appeared in the world. Her father turned the path he took into the 10 extreme imperial formation and left it for her. Only recently did she walk out. This alone was enough to prove that her cultivation wasn't below that of golden emperors of the same age. The golden ancient emperor had placed great hopes on her, viewing her as an extension of his life. He wanted her to enter the immortal domain in his place. Apart from the 10 extreme imperial formation, he also refined a Tao corroboration diagram. It condensed the most dangerous tribulations the legendary ancient emperors experienced into it and left it for his own daughter to face. All these years, the Golden Princess had always been fighting. She had broken through the trials of life and death when the ancient emperors were young. She alone had witnessed the supreme immortal path of several ancient emperors. Although she wasn't mainly targeting Yi Fan, it wasn't as if she didn't have plans to suppress him. The Golden King was defeated by the victorious Fighting Buddha and used his divine marrow to redeem his life. This made this ancient princess feel suffocated. Since the victorious Fighting Buddha had said that he wouldn't interfere in the battles of the same generation, even if she killed the sacred prince and Yi Fan, no one could say anything. The golden light was indeed terrifying. Yi Fan's arms were about to solidify and turn into cold gold. They were on the verge of shattering. Revive! At this moment of life and death, he let out a shout. The golden blood energy in his body completely revived. It rushed out from every pore of his body and illuminated the entire sky. Boom! His arms instantly returned to normal. His fists were still golden, but they were full of vitality. He punched the crystal celestial bottle with one fist and the Golden Princess Immortal platform with the other. Chapter 1093. Yi Fan had an unrivaled fist intent in his heart. This didn't mean that his technique was number one since the ancient times, let alone surpassing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It should be said that he had completely comprehended this technique and was no longer constrained by the original fist intent. He had officially stepped onto his own path and transcended. For example, even though the heavenly prince had grasped the number 1 divine scripture, he still couldn't be unrivaled in the end. It could only be said that he was walking on the path of those before him and was unable to transcend. Every single ancient great emperor had created their own Tao. They might not necessarily be number 1 since the ancient times, but they were the most suitable for themselves. That was why they could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths and remain unrivaled for their entire lives. There was no number 1 immortal scripture, only unrivaled people. They would find a suitable path for themselves and forge ahead courageously. Only then would they be unrivaled. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't have any complicated transformations. He only had a pair of fists, and each strike contained the rotation of the sun and moon. The endless rivers of stars flowed around him, and no matter how brilliant the golden immortal light was, it couldn't shine through. The two fought intensely. The golden immortal light poured over several times, but it was scattered by Yi Fan and flowed back. Cracks appeared on that crystal bottle, and a shattering sound rang out amidst the sparkling brilliance. In the end, it exploded with a prng sound, and the fragments flew in all directions. This was a type of Tao collapse, the embodiment of a forbidden secret technique being disintegrated. There wasn't a true immortal bottle, and everything was evolved from a divine technique. The battle between the two was incomparably intense. The Golden Princess was extremely powerful and seemed to be able to topple a country, but she wasn't weak at all. She intimidated everyone with a single battle. Large amounts of golden light swept out, submerging the entire arcade. It was as if a divine sea had descended into the world, and golden multicolored light shone brilliantly. It really is Yi Fan. Even the crown of his head is surging with heaven-piercing divine radiance, and every pore on his body is taking in and sending out holy splendor. If it isn't him, then who could it be? This has really been proven. The group of people were all paying close attention. Guessing was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. The entire world had been discussing this for so many days, and today, the mystery was finally revealed. It was Yi Fan who killed the heavenly prince. All of this was reasonable, and only he had such battle prowess. Otherwise, it would be a little hard to accept the fact that such an expert had appeared out of nowhere. Even the ancient race could only sigh in admiration. The human race's sacred body was too powerful. A magnificent ancient prince was brought away by him in the end and killed in a single battle. His death was extremely undignified. Yi Fan's return was like a storm sweeping through this highland, causing a huge uproar and causing a commotion among the people. Master, is he going to leave again? In the distant sky, Yi Tong was doubtful. The battle between the two of them was a marvelous sight. The golden princess body was overflowing with golden light, and she looked like a goddess of war. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her golden hair fluttered in the wind. She opened up a resplendent divine domain, and she looked like a deity. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's pair of golden fists were unrivaled. Each of his fists smashed into the domain. Around him, the endless starry river shone resplendently. Silver streams curled up one after another, ancient stars revolving around him. It was as if he was standing in the cosmos. The golden princess was stronger than the heavenly prince. This was the common understanding of everyone. At this point in the battle, it was not only a contest of divine techniques, but also one's spirit and willpower. Although she was a woman, she had an invincible heart. In terms of true battle prowess, who among the heavenly princes would be weaker? However, this kind of confidence and style were all different. The heavenly prince's talents could be considered top-notch and could almost be considered the most powerful bloodline since ancient times. He had the world's #1 constitution, but he had been sheltered since childhood and grew up in a greenhouse. His strength was extremely terrifying, but he lacked a certain fighting spirit. He would worry about personal gains and losses during the battle, and he didn't have that kind of courage to press forward courageously in the face of death. As a result, he was defeated. In essence, he was like a tender flower that grew in fertile soil and had never experienced the baptism of wind and rain. Meanwhile, the Golden Princess was completely different. She was extremely confident and even a bit conceited. When the battle reached its climax, her pair of golden eyes were burning. A woman fighting crazily was actually so domineering. Many spectators felt a wave of guilt. Even if they all went up together, they might still be slapped into mush. The Golden Princess actually clashed with Yi Fan's fists. The sound was ear-splitting. They were both golden fists and fingers. It was as if divine gold had collided. Blazing patterns interweaved and tore apart the sky. That is, the golden divine wheel. Following a cry of alarm from an ancient race expert, a divine ring flew out from the Golden Princess' left eye. It was emitting intense golden light as if it was burning as it flew towards Yi Fan. This was a secret technique created by an ancient emperor. It was activated through the eye, and it was known to be able to lock down all enemies in this world. If someone of the same cultivation realm was restricted, it would be difficult for them to escape for the rest of their lives. Yi Fan brandished his fist. The space between his brows flickered with brilliance. The little golden figure sitting in his forehead released a long hiss. It stood up from the Immortal platform and circulated the army formula. He didn't obtain the secret technique of a great emperor because he didn't have a complete ancient scripture. However, he obtained a few of the 9 secret techniques, allowing him to fight against any inheritors. He treated this divine will like a weapon. He controlled it to turn around and smash it towards the space between the Golden Princess brows. He wanted to break it apart. However, this wasn't a true weapon after all, so it was difficult to completely control it. The divine ring released king-chiang sounds as it burned even more intensely. Clang! Sword chi rushed to the heavens. An inch-long golden sword flew out from the Golden Princess' right eye. Its brilliance illuminated the sky as it slashed over with a terrifying momentum. Once this sword was unleashed, the sun and moon lost their luster, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the primal chaos became hazy. The attack power was exceptionally sharp as it slashed through the sky. The inch-long golden sword worked together with the divine ring. The two of them combined into one, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Yi Fan channeled the army incantation and the battle saint technique at the same time to fight against this woman. With a loud explosion, 9 true dragons appeared, pulling a bronze coffin. It gave off a great aura that could suppress everything in the world. This is the 9 black dragons and the ancient bronze coffin that appeared in the forbidden ancient land. Yi Fan once left with them and crossed the starry sky. Someone cried out in surprise. At this moment, seeing him use this secret technique, they all revealed strange expressions and paid close attention. Boom! The 9 true dragons soared up. This was the embodiment of Yi Fan's great offensive technique. It was swift and powerful, and the 9 dragons swung their tails as they charged forward. They tore apart heaven and earth, shattering the divine wheel and the Dao sword together. The golden princess's hair danced in the wind. Lightning shot out from her golden eyes as she received the attack with her bare hands. "I'll gift you a coffin," Yi Fan shouted. The ancient bronze coffin opened and sucked the golden princess inside. These were all evolved from the secret technique, but there was no difference from the real thing. If one was really sucked in, they would definitely be ground into a pile of mud and suffer a fate worse than death. Ding. The golden princess let out a light shout as her golden fist landed on the ancient coffin. The sound pierced through metal and cracked stone. Many people screamed miserably and covered their ears. Boom. Yi Fan's entire body was overflowing with blood energy. At this moment he didn't hide it at all. The charm of his saint physique was fully displayed. He had a superb physique, and golden holy splendor filled the air. He used his fist to attack the golden princess's immortal platform, wanting to capture her primordial spirit. This kind of unrivaled fist intent emphasized on being invincible. If he advanced, he would live. If he retreated, he would die. However, the golden princess fought crazily. Her entire body was covered in a layer of golden feathers. She didn't retreat at all and forcefully faced his 6-fist intense. Ding. After thousands of exchanges, the two of them fought intensely. The web between the golden princess' thumb and forefinger split open, and traces of blood appeared. In the end, it wasn't as tyrannical as Yi Fan's fist intent. But even so, she didn't retreat. Her eyes released cold lightning, and her style was peerless. With a clear roar, the mountains and rivers of the Great Desolate all collapsed. Rubble pierced through the clouds. She used all kinds of divine techniques to coordinate with her close combat. She turned into a ball of golden light, and the battle became even more intense, approaching its climax. The golden princess was not only confident, but also resentful. Last time, the great defeat of the Golden King was a humiliation to their royal clan. They had to give up their priceless divine quintessence to redeem their lives. As the most doted daughter of the ancient emperor, it was hard for her to accept this reality after being revived in this world. When had the Golden Clan ever compromised like this? This resentment could only be vented by sweeping away the sacred prince or suppressing the human race's saint physique. The Golden Princess is really so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. The people didn't know what to say. Yi Fan's fame spread throughout the world. This golden princess actually dared to fight him head-on and fight him head-on. This caused a chill to run down the spines of the people. Die! The golden princess lightly shouted. Her golden pupils became even more demonic. She propped up the golden divine wheel and combined it with her domain, enveloping Yi Fan. Yi Fan was fearless. A golden taiji circle appeared and fused with the golden princess. The two domains merged into one, and they stood in the middle, fighting to the death. After the battle reached 2,500 rounds, everyone was dumbfounded. The two of them used all kinds of brilliant secret techniques. When their blood boiled, they actually tangled together. The golden princess twisted one of Yi Fan's arms. Traces of Dao appeared and immortal light filled the air. She was actually going to break it. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also did the same. He grabbed one of her wrists and didn't let her have her way. A large golden hand stretched out, and his entire body almost pressed down on her. They emitted blazing light. Golden blood energy flooded this place. Yi Fan pressed down on her as they crashed from the sky to the earth. Boom! A mountain tens of thousands of meters tall was broken by the two of them on the spot. Smoke and dust rose, forming a large lead cloud that covered the sky. Fortunately, they had left the Great Tomb and entered the Great Wasteland. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if they crashed down like this? Boom! They fought in close combat and continuously broke through 61 mountain peaks. Anything that came into contact with the golden light they emitted would collapse the mountains and sink the earth. Great lakes would evaporate and everything would turn into dust. Ah! The golden heavenly princess cried out loudly. Fighting to this extent was a type of humiliation for her. When had she ever been so intimate with a man? Their bodies were almost touching each other, yet she still couldn't suppress the other party. During the archaic years, she was a heaven-warping beauty. Even the most powerful of her peers couldn't take more than 9 moves from her. Her beauty shocked the world and she was known as an unmatched goddess. Now, she was actually fighting to this extent. She was being suppressed by a man, fighting from the sky to the ground. It was truly ambiguous. Waves of scorching heat were transmitted from that robust and powerful body. It was extremely difficult for her to endure. In close combat, entanglement and contact were unavoidable. There were even a few times when the two's legs intertwined with each other. Their bodies were pressed together, their postures charming and gentle. However, a battle was a battle after all. Every time it happened, it was extremely dangerous. Even if they were stuck together, there would still be traces of the great Tao appearing. Dragon cries and phoenix cries could be heard. If it was an ordinary person, when these traces appeared, they would have been blasted into pieces with a single strike. The golden heavenly princess hair was like streaks of brilliant golden multicolored light. Her skin was snow-white and supple. She was absolutely breathtaking. In this type of great battle, they continuously fought hand to hand. She was so angry that her body was trembling. She was already at a disadvantage, so she naturally couldn't endure it any longer. Yi Fan's attacks were extremely ruthless. He struck from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the clouds. When he saw that she was uneasy, his attacks became even more vicious. His palm descended. Even though the golden heavenly princess was wearing golden silk divine clothes, she still couldn't endure the power. She turned into a rain of light. The upper half of the feather clothes scattered, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. She was exceptionally graceful. A flush appeared on her snow-white and tender face. She was so angry that she was trembling. She became even more passive. Yi Fan didn't seem to care. He pressed down on her again, fighting from the clouds to the ground. Chapter 1094. Yi Fan pressed down on the princess of the Aurum clan as they descended from the clouds. Their bodies were in the Aurum sacred domain, and they could exchange thousands of blows in an instant. Divine techniques flashed brilliantly as multicolored light shot out. The two of them would sometimes separate and sometimes collide together. This was the most powerful battle between emperors, and it even surpassed the battle with the heavenly prince back then. The Aurum clan's holy daughter's sparkling hair fluttered in the wind. She had already pulled some distance away from Yi Fan. No matter how strong she was still a woman. This kind of charming battle caused her to go crazy. Heavens! Some cultivators cried out in alarm. When the two of them separated from each other, golden light rained down from the sky. Shredded clothes danced in the air. The skin of the golden princess's upper body was snow-white and exquisite, as though it was carved from translucent ivory. It caused people to feel dizzy. However, the spectators didn't have the chance to see it clearly. With a flash of light, a set of golden silk divine clothes appeared on her body, blocking her jade-like skin. Hand over your life. The golden princess was so angry that her red lips were trembling. Her body was convulsing. She was arrogant in the supreme ancient immortal realms and looked down on her peers. Yet today she had actually fallen to such a state. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The corner of Yi Fan's lips curled up. He didn't seem to care in the slightest. Just now, he had indeed seen something he shouldn't have seen, but he didn't mind. Anything could happen in a close combat battle with an ancient emperor's descendant. It was even possible for one to be utterly defeated. Who would think too much about it? Because in a battle between emperors, lives could be lost at every turn. The Aurum clan's princess grew up under the love of the supreme emperor. In her entire life, only a single man, the Aurum clan, could make her revere him. That was her birth father. Other than him, she didn't care about anyone else. She was high up above. To her peers in the supreme ancient immortal realms, she was like a divine moon in the sky, pure and holy. She was an unreachable goddess, unrivaled in this world. It was difficult to find someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Today was a type of humiliation for her. Her golden eyes shot out astonishing lightning that transformed into sword qi that rampaged about, hacking towards Yi Fan. Her attacks became even more intense, causing the ancient emperor's blood to boil. The blush on the golden holy maiden's face still lingered. On her snow-white, sparkling skin, it was as if a gorgeous flower had bloomed. Bright red specks flickered with luster. She swore to kill the holy body of the human tribe. She had never suffered such a big loss. Skin to skin with a strange man was almost naked. Golden immortal light rained down like a violent storm. This place was drowned by the golden divine splendor. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, rivers dried up and lakes dried up, clouds rose and rosy clouds rose, and it was a magnificent scene. What's the big deal? Don't look like you've suffered a big loss. It's not like you didn't see my upper body, Yi Fan said in an indifferent tone. The golden princess's beautiful eyebrows stood on end. She was so angry that her slender and sparkling body was trembling. Her attacks were becoming more and more astonishing. Her golden hair fluttered about, resonating with the Tao. The sun and moon rotated in her eyes, and the terrifying scene of stars falling appeared. Bang! Yi Fan resisted. Golden immortal light swept over, turning the upper half of his clothes into ashes, revealing his robust body that flickered with precious splendor. Are you dissatisfied? Do you want to see my upper body a few more times before you can feel better? He laughed heartily. The golden princess' bright lips were almost bitten through by her sparkling teeth. When had there ever been anyone who dared to speak to her like this? During the archaic years, even the most exceptional heavenly geniuses could only look up to her. She didn't say a single word and used the golden sky void steps. With each step, an illusion would appear, making her look like a deity. Her golden hair fluttered about, and her celestial appearance and jade bones were the best of her generation. Her attacks became even more terrifying. In the distance, a few half-saints felt their bodies go cold. Their pores were ice-cold. The strength of this imperial goddess made them tremble. It was as if she was walking through the river of time, and it was impossible to defend against her. Bang, bang. However, Yi Fan was truly too powerful. His physical body was unparalleled, and he faced her calmly. His heart was filled with unrivaled fist intent. Every strike made the golden princess palms and fingers feel pain, and the space between her thumb and index finger was covered in golden blood. After fighting for 3,000 rounds, the golden princess still couldn't gain the upper hand. She was injured several times by Yi Fan, and she was full of unwillingness. As the peerless goddess of the archaic era, she was actually defeated. There was a type of melancholy in her heart. Yi Fan naturally became more and more courageous as the battle went on. His eyes were resplendent because the battle with the ancient princess allowed him to see the path of the archaic emperor. His gains were great. He didn't use the 3 pure ones and other secret techniques. Instead, he fought alone in a true life and death battle. He wanted to observe the path of the ancient emperor. His eyes became brighter and brighter as if he had seen a peerless treasure. He pressed forward step by step and struck out with his golden fists, causing the golden princess body to continuously tremble. She continuously retreated with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a dangerous aura pervaded the air. Yi Fan retreated, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of the golden princess' mouth. She unleashed a killing move that she had never used before. Golden Divine Treasury. In the distance, the ancient race people cried out in alarm. This was a legend, and they never thought they would be able to see it with their own eyes. There's really such a supreme divine technique. According to ancient legends, the Golden Ancient Emperor wanted to open the celestial domain but ultimately failed. However, before he passed away, he opened up a mysterious divine treasury world that was filled with weapons formed from various Tao marks. This was a world of secret techniques that could transform into boundless great Tao attacks and evolve into an ultimate divine technique. It was obvious that the Golden Princess had obtained a secret inheritance. The Golden Princess had a tall and slender figure. Her golden hair danced in the wind, and behind her was a resplendent golden divine realm. The legendary boundless divine treasury had appeared. There, the golden ancient bell, the divine cauldron, the Dao sword, and the sacred pagoda all flickered with golden light as they floated up and down. Looking forward, this was a divine treasury world that belonged to weapons. Not to mention the spectating cultivators, even Yi Fan was shaken. This world was too magnificent. There were golden, auspicious lights everywhere, and there were weapons everywhere. It was a stretch of holiness, and there were countless artifacts. Clang! The golden princess waved her hand, and a golden divine sword appeared in her hand. She slashed forward with a sharp sword light that was thousands of meters long. It was exceptionally sharp. Yi Fan's fist collapsed, and the golden sword energy scattered in all directions. He received it with his bare hands, and then he fiercely rushed forward into the golden divine treasury. Ding! A long and drawn-out golden bell appeared above the imperial princess's head, shaking out a golden wave. Ripples spread out, and the mountains and rivers were all shattered into pieces. Even Yi Fan was affected by the impact and was blocked outside. Then, a great cauldron rumbled and descended from the sky, wanting to suck him in and refine him. Bang! Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a divine radiance. It turned into an innate Dao diagram and sent the cauldron flying. However, the sky trembled, and a golden divine pagoda descended again, suppressing him. The weapons were endless, and the attacks were boundless. Standing in front of the golden divine treasury, this imperial princess seemed to have the absolute initiative. Powerful weapons flew out from the golden world behind her, and they were densely packed as she summoned them. However, Yi Fan didn't panic. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He operated the army formula, causing the golden weapons in the sky to become chaotic. These weren't true weapons, but they were all transformed from the traces of the great Dao. He couldn't control them all, but it was enough to instantly throw this place into chaos. This was a golden world, and every corner was filled with weapons. They were all sent flying in all directions, and the two of them suffered attacks that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. If it was anyone else facing this golden divine treasury, it would definitely be a great disaster. This was equivalent to starting a war in the world controlled by the imperial princess. However, the army formula made all of this less obvious. Yi Fan began to secretly learn and plunder the golden divine treasury. He felt that this was an unrivaled secret technique, and the divine treasury of the great Dao left behind by the ancient Golden Emperor had endless uses. The Three Pure Ones secret technique was displayed, and Yi Fan appeared to seize the golden weapons together in this golden world. Every time he seized one, he would be able to control a Dao law. Boom! He used the fighting formula to imitate and evolve it. Golden weapons appeared behind him one after another. Ancient bells, Dao swords, treasured cauldrons, divine pagodas, and so on floated up. The golden princess, was astonished and furious. This was a blatant act of robbery. He was using a secret technique to spy on the origin of her divine treasures and seize the various divine weapons transformed from the traces of the great Dao. If the battle continued like this, the enemy would most likely succeed in stealing her techniques in the end. She had never met such a powerful, terrifying, and shameless opponent before. Yi Fan cared a lot about this golden divine treasury. Based on his instincts, he knew that the enemy hadn't evolved this secret technique to the highest level. Otherwise, it would be boundlessly terrifying. Boom! The two fought until the end, and the golden princess was helpless. She spat out a mouthful of blood as cracks appeared on her snow-white arms. She had no choice but to start fleeing in defeat. The golden divine treasury was about to become the enemy's secret technique. Just a little bit more. There are still some areas that I don't understand. Please give me some pointers, princess. At most, I'll tear my clothes apart and let you see it clearly. Yi Fan evolved the golden divine treasury and chased after her. There were two of him in the middle, and he used all kinds of weapons of the great Dao for his own use. The golden princess spat out blood from anger, but she could only helplessly flee in defeat. There was no chance of victory, and if she didn't leave now, she might be captured alive. Princess, don't worry. We're here. A half-saint led the guards to attack. Yi Fan snorted coldly as he stood in the air. Boundless golden light shone behind him as he opened up the golden divine treasury. All kinds of weapons hummed and floated up and down. Kill! After he spat out this word, the entire heaven and earth changed. The golden ancient bell, divine sword, treasured cauldron, and heaven knife rushed over at the same time. None of the weapons were the same, and they transformed into a rain of light that swept over. The golden divine treasury was a supreme secret technique that was terrifying. In this world, only Gai Juyo and Yi Fan knew the troop's secret word. Apart from them, no one else could interfere. This was an unrivaled technique. After a golden rain of light, the golden divine sword pierced through the half-saint. The bell rang out leisurely and enveloped him. Under the vibration of the bell, his body was shattered inch by inch. There were also heaven knives and the others that swept through the guards, treasured cauldrons that refined numerous experts, and golden guqin that released divine sounds. Qi rays weaved about and swept in all directions. An attack with peerless power. Countless weapons transformed into a golden rain of light that swept past. The experts in front of them were all sliced into a bloody mist and turned into marks of the Tao. Not a single person survived. At this moment, the ancient emperor's forbidden technique displayed a divine might that made people tremble in fear. The golden princess was filled with hatred. This person had caused her to lose all her face and had seen the upper half of her body. Now, he even stole her celestial technique and killed her guards. To her, this was a great humiliation. Princess, don't go. I still want to ask for guidance. Yi Fan chased after her. He had grasped the movement's secret word, which was the fastest in the world. Naturally, he was faster than all of his opponents. The goddess of the golden race didn't say a word and quickly fled into the horizon. However, the enemy was too strong and she couldn't get rid of him. After a few attacks, her golden divine clothes were continuously torn apart. Some of the ancients tried to stop him, but Yi Fan's attack was very simple. Once the golden divine treasures were opened, the divine weapons of the great Tao were endless. A golden rain of light swept across, and screams could be heard. He discovered that this type of divine technique was extremely suitable for him. His golden blood energy was boundless, and once it was used, it could be considered an unmatched technique that could attack indiscriminately. He set the resolution to seize it, not willing to let the Gold Clan's heavenly girl go. He prepared to capture her alive. Along the way, Yi Fan beat the Huangjin princess until she was completely driven crazy. It was unknown whether or not it was intentional, but her jade-like body was strewn across the ground several times, and her divine clothes were torn to shreds. She almost had no clothes to cover her body with. Princess, please stop. It's fine if you don't want to be honest with me. Just tell me the secret technique and I'll let you go. Dream on. Then I'm sorry. Let's decide who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's settle this to the death. Yi Fan spoke. Another round of attacks began. He chased after the primordial goddess and fiercely attacked her until her battle clothes collapsed and her wonderful body lay in disarray. She hated him so much that the roots of her teeth were itching. Capture the golden goddess alive. In the distance, the large black dog and the others shouted loudly. Capture the primordial goddess and bring her back to be the wife of the stronghold's ruler. Longma also let out a long hiss, trying to distract them mentally. Chapter 1095. The human race's holy physique chased after the Golden Clan's goddess. All kinds of great techniques were used at the same time, beating the archaic goddess in front of him into a sorry state. Her sparkling hair was scattered about, and her divine jade body was almost completely exposed. Yi Fan chased after her all the way. Now that the battle had reached this state, he naturally had to consolidate his gains. He had plans to capture the Golden Princess, so he had to obtain the Golden Divine Treasure technique. Ever since the Golden Clan's goddess was born, she had never experienced something like this. Today, she was actually being chased by someone. Fragrant sweat dripped down her body, and she was almost naked. She clenched her teeth until they shattered. Shio. The 3600th killing technique arrived. This divine technique was crafty and strange. A golden ripple transformed into a ripple. It looked weak, but in reality, it was unstoppable and all-pervasive. Pooh! The few golden divine clothes on her body were torn apart, and most of her pure white body was exposed. At this moment, she was truly going crazy. The scoundrel behind her was definitely doing this on purpose to torture her mental state. In the past, she was like a bright moon that illuminated the archaic era. Who could look up to her? She was exceptionally graceful and stood alone in the clouds, yet now, she had fallen to such a state. The golden goddess became fierce and turned around to fight again, but in the end, she was still no match. Her sparkling white body was riddled with wounds, and her magical power was almost exhausted. She could only retreat in defeat again. Human race's holy physique, I will skin you alive sooner or later. The Golden Clan's goddess bit her bright lips and brought out the mysterious ancient formation platform for the 8th time. She wanted to cross the void and escape. What could she do? Yi Fan didn't give her the chance at all. The line's secret art was unrivaled under the heavens, and it followed her like a shadow. A golden fist smashed out. Wind, thunder, and lightning interweaved. Regardless of whether it was the formation platform or the weapon, they were all turned into powder. The Golden Princess was chased until there was no road to heaven and no door to earth. She was almost going crazy because her body was almost completely naked. Only a snow-white figure was left behind as she ran forward. Yi Fan cut off her path every time and forced her back into the great wastelands. He was trying to suppress her and force her to hand over the golden divine treasure technique. In the distance, everyone was dumbstruck, especially the ancient race. Some of them scratched their heads and suspected that this was a dream. They simply couldn't believe that this was real. The Imperial Clan's heavenly lady was defeated by someone, almost running around naked. This was just too fantastical. Many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Unfortunately, people couldn't see clearly. The Gold Race's heavenly daughter had a wondrous technique that blocked their line of sight. Moreover, her speed was too fast, so not many people could keep up with her. Even so, many people couldn't help but feel their mouths go dry when they saw a pure white figure fighting a great battle and then fleeing in defeat. Where do you think you're going? Hand over the divine technique and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll send you to see the great ancient emperor. Yi Fan shouted. The princess of the Gold Clan was so angry that her lungs hurt. Fighting naked was like a legend. She had never thought that there would be such a day. Bastard, you'll fall into my hands one day. The Gold Race's heavenly lady was so angry her delicate body was trembling. She had already used a divine artifact, but the other party also had one, so she almost suffered even more. Her body seemed to be cast from the moonlight, pure white and shiny. She used the divine rules of order to form a skirt to cover her important parts. The golden silk divine clothes had all turned into ashes. However, she knew that it was useless. To this person with the heavenly eye, she was practically naked with no secrets to speak of. This was truly a crazy battle. She really hoped that with the golden truncheon in hand, she would be able to turn this bastard into ashes in one blow. She had never met such a hateful person who forced her to fight naked. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Don't tempt me, I won't fall for it. If you want to live, it's very simple. Give me the golden divine treasury, or else you'll be buried here. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. Acting. The Golden Princess really wanted to step on his face with her jade-like feet and curse him 100 times. She wanted to step on him 10,000 times and turn him into a pig's head. That was because the corners of Yi Fan's mouth were slightly raised, revealing his mood. In her opinion, this bastard was doing this on purpose. I'll chop you into pieces sooner or later. The Golden Princess was so angry that her ivory-like, jade-like body was spasming. Boom! However, Yi Fan's attacks were truly too ferocious. His killing moves were unending, shocking even the gods. Strong gales swept past, causing goosebumps to appear all over her jade-like body. Her pores were shivering. Even though his attacks were ruthless, his smile was still brilliant and unchanging. In the eyes of the Golden Princess, this kind of cheap smile was the most hateful. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some ancient race people went to help, but they were all killed by Yi Fan without being of any use at all. Meanwhile, even more people chose to watch from the sidelines. This Many people were speechless. The human race's holy physique was too unreasonable. He actually chased after an ancient queen to escape. This was truly a bit lacking in virtue. How could the Golden Clan's holy daughter swallow this anger? This was a lifelong hatred. At this moment, she simply didn't want to kill Yi Fan anymore. Instead, she wanted to catch this bastard and torture him for the rest of his life. Killing you isn't enough to vent the anger in my heart. The Golden Clan's holy daughter was so angry that her blonde hair stood on end. Her beautiful eyes were wide open as killing intent rushed into the 9 heavens. It filled the great wastelands, causing many people to tremble uncontrollably. Then I'll be the one to kill you. Yi Fan activated the battle formation Saint technique to the extreme. A group of heaven-shaking killing moves were unleashed in succession. First, the eternal universe furnace flew out from the tip of his finger. Flames blazed for tens of thousands of zhang, causing the Golden Princess to be sent flying. After that, he waved his hands and produced a void mirror. It shone with an immortal light, causing the imperial holy daughter to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Next, his hands moved and changed again. An exceptionally sharp Tai sovereign sword shot out. It was a dragon-shaped immortal sword that suppressed the past, present, and future. It almost slashed the Golden Princess in half. The imperial holy daughter fell into a dangerous situation of life and death. She passively fought the battle. Her entire body was calm and the white light was dazzling. She was so angry that she almost fainted. This was a blood-spitting battle. This was the first time in her life that she regretted helping Li Wenyan. If she knew this earlier, she definitely wouldn't have provoked this bastard in front of her. Yi Fan fought with ease. The weapons of the ancient emperors were materialized one after another. Their power was peerless as they suppressed over. The Golden Princess was flustered. She had a premonition that the situation was far from good. If this continued, she would definitely be captured alive. At that time, she would be half dead. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't show any mercy. The battle today was also a form of deterrence. It showed everyone his determination. Even the ancient imperial holy daughter had to flee naked. What else did he not dare to do? The Golden Princess led the crowd to find him and help Li Wenyan. At this moment, this battle was Yi Fan's counterattack and punishment. He killed her until she lost all her battle clothes and was almost naked. Boom. Finally, the golden divine treasury appeared once again. All kinds of golden weapons appeared. Auspicious multicolored light shone brilliantly. This was a brilliant world. The imperial holy daughter stood in front of the divine treasury and confronted Yi Fan. She communicated with her consciousness. She was forced to compromise. Losing was a small matter, but if she really had to be naked in front of so many cultivators at the end of the battle, she would rather die. She was the daughter of an ancient emperor and was known as the proud goddess of this generation. Her name shook the ancient world, so she couldn't afford to lose this face. At this moment, her slender jade-like body flickered with light. She gritted her teeth and negotiated. She was exceptionally charming, but her face was covered in frost. Yi Fan calculated the time and reckoned that the reinforcements would arrive soon. Because the imperial holy daughter was no match and no one could save her, someone had most likely gone to ask the ancestral king for help. It was impossible for him to eliminate an ancient imperial holy daughter in a short period of time. If the son of the ancient emperor disregarded everything and fought with all his might, he would be able to hold on for a period of time. He killed this ancient imperial holy daughter until she was completely naked. Perhaps this was the fastest way to force her to submit. Now he had achieved the desired effect. The Golden Clan's holy daughter gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Yi Fan didn't dare to delay. He asked for the secret art of the golden divine treasury and imitated it. He created a similar divine treasury and opened up a golden world of weapons of the great Dao. The ancient golden bell, the Dao sword, the sacred tower, the heavenly blade. Divine splendor flickered as they rose and fell in a dazzling display. Actually, Yi Fan still wanted to negotiate for a holy weapon. However, the Golden Princess was furious and wanted to destroy indiscriminately. She only threw him a half-saint-grade ancient weapon. "Princess, Honestly speaking, my respect for you is like the surging waters of a great river. Why don't we form an alliance? Yi Fan asked. Sure, I'm very willing. The golden princess ground her teeth. Her beautiful golden eyes flickered with divine splendor. Her delicate fists trembled slightly as she resisted the urge to rush over. You and I really hit it off at first sight. We will definitely work together in the future. I was too hasty this time, so I'll treat you to some Dao comprehension tea next time. Yi Fan prepared to retreat. That was because the Black Emperor transmitted his voice from afar, reminding him that it was time to leave. The saint-level ancient king was most likely about to arrive. Oh right, the princess is very loyal to me. I have a divine jade robe here as a token of my respect. Yi Fan placed a treasured robe in the void and decisively retreated. The golden princess gazed at his disappearing figure. She was so angry that she almost shattered the heaven and earth. She smashed this worthless divine jade robe into dust with a single palm. Human saint physique, I swear I won't kill you. But you better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Not long after Yi Fan's group disappeared, the void gate opened wide. A saint-level ancient king appeared, and his divine might engulfed the 100,000 mountains. His cold eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Princess, are you all right? I'm fine. The golden princess directly crossed the void and left. She didn't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. What sacred land? What grave? She had thrown everything away. The archaic ancestor's eyes flickered as he stared at the grave. It seemed like he was about to take action, but his heart suddenly palpitated. He immediately tore open the void and left this place. What did you say? Is it really the human saint physique? He killed the holy daughter of the ancient royal family and forced her to flee in defeat? It really is him. He has reappeared in this world. The holy daughter of the Golden Clan probably wants to eat him alive. After this battle spread, everyone was stupefied. It turned into a huge wave that spread to all parts of the world. Yi Fan became the focal point of everyone's discussion. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The Alcade Old Land collapsed several days later, and a huge abyss appeared. Strands of immortal energy seeped out, and multicolored light filled the sky. However, all those who came here were terrified. Not a single person dared to approach. It was as if they were facing an ancient emperor. Even those as powerful as the Dao executioners were trembling and couldn't help but want to kowtow. Yi Fan stood in the distance and didn't approach. His heart was pounding, and he felt as if something was calling out to him. It was related to him. I wonder how many saints came. This place seems like it will collapse the heavens. This is definitely the aura of an ancient emperor. The Black Emperor firmly said. Chapter 1096. It's not time to go in yet. The Great Tomb hasn't completely collapsed. The tip of the iceberg has just been revealed. Duanda frowned and muttered. There was a sense of uneasiness between his brows. There were tens of thousands of strands of immortal light and hundreds of millions of Dao marks. This was a piece of calamity land. The highlands collapsed from the bottom to the top, and the clouds were dense. However, the auspicious clouds didn't appear all the time. They would gush out every once in a while, and most of the time, this place was peaceful and quiet. The surface of the Great Tomb collapsed, and a huge abyss appeared in front of them. It was so dark that it made one's heart palpitate, and it was difficult to see the bottom. Only when the immortal clouds surged could people peek inside, but they couldn't see anything. There was only an aura of creation and respect for the universe. This place was related to the ancient emperors. This was the consensus of everyone. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be like this. Anyone who approached the abyss would have their legs tremble, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. Their bodies and minds trembled. From this day onwards, the 100,000 mountains that this highland faced were silent, and the birds trembled. None of them dared to cross, but when the birds and beasts passed by, they would bow in this direction and then take a detour. Yi Fan understood the Dao and asked himself what it was that was calling out to him, making his mind restless. However, he had no idea. In the past few days, countless cultivators from all over the world had come, causing Duanda and the Black Emperor to curse continuously. They originally wanted to do it alone, but they didn't expect the whole world to know about it. The divine dynasty of the Middle Continent, the Holy Land of the Eastern Wasteland, the Buddhist sect of the Western Desert, and the demon imperial palace of the Southern Mountains all had a large number of experts rush over. As for the ancient race, they had already occupied a favorable location. I hope that the secret path we left behind is useful and can seize the initiative, Longma said. This humble Daoist is a little uneasy. I don't know why. I've roamed the underground world for so many years, but I've never been defeated. Why would I feel so uneasy? Duanda muttered to himself. Stop being cocky. Hurry up and use your special abilities to locate the exact location of the immortal treasury. The Black Emperor's eyes were fervent. This was the tomb of the ancient emperors, and everyone knew about it now. There was no mistake, and only the heavens knew what kind of people it would attract. The archaic ancestral kings were like a great mountain that weighed down on everyone's hearts. This was what many people were worried about. With the appearance of such a mysterious emperor tomb, even saints would have to come into being. The news of Yi Fan's return spread to all corners of the world. In the first battle, he killed the Son of Heaven, and in the second battle, he chased after the Golden Princess and escaped in defeat. This caused a huge uproar. At this moment, he no longer had any fear. He was going to leave in half a year's time. The damaged immortal cauldron could hide his aura. Even saints couldn't deduce everything about him. However, he still took some precautions. There would definitely be saint-grade ancient kings who were dissatisfied with him. If they discovered him, they would definitely attack him without mercy. His performance was far too eye-catching. Even among imperial princes, who dared to say that they could defeat him. Once he matured, apart from a few ancient princes, who in the world could compete with him? Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The emperor's tomb became more and more unfathomable. Every time it surged with immortal multicolored light, the aura of an ancient great emperor would fill the air. It was as if an ancient person was about to awaken. The high ground caved in, and the abyss expanded into a bottomless pit. Even the heavenly eye couldn't see through it because of the interweaving Tao marks below. Even saints were helpless. That's right, the legends are true. The Alcade's emperor weapon's origin is quite fishy. It wasn't forged naturally by the heavens. And now, the ancient emperor's tomb had appeared. All the secrets of the past had been blown away, and all kinds of ancient rumors were coming to light. The black dragon pattern cauldron was known as the world's greatest miracle. After so many years, the truth was finally about to appear. Was it a miracle or a divine manifestation? A great tomb appeared, and the aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. There was no need to say anything more. It had already confirmed some of the records in the unofficial history. The Alcade had indeed found the black divine gold, but it was most likely not the result of their 50,000 years of worship, nor was it something that could be forged by generations of saints. It was related to an emperor. On that stormy and rainy night, a great emperor descended and reversed the natural order. He used an unrivaled divine technique to forge the black dragon pattern cauldron. All of this was too mysterious. An emperor-level existence appeared amidst the torrential rain and lightning. The more people thought about it, the more unfathomable it became. The Alcade was built on top of a great tomb. This was already mysterious enough, but in the end, an unparalleled existence actually appeared beneath the ancient tomb. How unimaginable is this? Everyone's imagination ran wild, and they were even a bit scared. Was that a human or a ghost? Since the tomb had already been built and its body was buried, how could it still be alive? Since ancient times, there had been rumors that using a corpse to prove one's Tao was an extremely ancient legend. Could this be true? Was the Alcade's tomb such an existence? However, thousands of years had passed, and the river of time had flowed on. If it used a corpse to prove one's Tao, then it could be said that it had obtained a new life and had defied the heavens. Its name wouldn't be unknown in history. The Alcade's black dragon pattern cauldron appeared relatively late. Let's think about it. Based on this, which great emperor's era was closer to it? It was later than the eternal universe furnace and later than the void mirror. If we carefully calculate it, it seems to be closer to that one. When everyone deduced this, they were all stunned. They felt as if their bones were going cold, and their expressions were all strange. This actually involved a supreme being that shook the past and dazzled the present. He was powerful to the point where he could suppress the 9 heavens 10 earths and make all enemies in the world fall silent. That era wasn't that far from great Emperor Wuxia. Finally, someone spoke these words. It made all of the cultivators' hearts surge with heaven overflowing waves. Was this true? Was it related to Wuxia? If it was true, then it would topple everything. It was a bit inconceivable. However, if it was false, then it would be difficult to find another person. How could an emperor-level existence be nameless since ancient times? As long as it appeared, the great Tao would respond, the heaven and earth would resonate, and the 4 seas would respect it. In that era, if it wasn't Wuxia, who else could it be? That shouldn't be possible, right? How could great Emperor Wuxia use a corpse to prove one's Tao? Aren't there some records before he became an emperor? He barehandedly received an emperor weapon. Before he became an emperor, he received an emperor weapon. Who can prove that he truly didn't prove one's Tao at that time? Perhaps this just points to a huge problem. This is too inconceivable, right? Many people's voices began to tremble. The appearance of a great tomb involved some ancient secrets. It might overturn some historical truths. Great Emperor Wuxia was a corpse that was reborn. No one would believe this, but this great tomb and the Alcade Cauldrons era made this hypothesis have a trace of truth. If it was Wuxia, what era did he come from in his past life? Could it be that he had an even more ancient identity? It was inconceivable. Those who used corpses to prove their Tao, when they were still alive in their previous lives, how could they be ordinary people? Who could they be? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's primordial spirit trembled. This highland was in complete chaos. Everyone was shocked. The moment this deduction was made, it was like a raging storm, causing everyone's hearts to tremble and their hair to stand on end. This is impossible. How could great Emperor Wuxia use a corpse to prove his Tao? A bunch of idiots, they don't know what they are talking about. The Black Emperor was very excited and immediately rejected it. Are you sure? Yi Fan asked. At the side, Yi Tong also had a face full of curiosity as he stared at the Black Emperor. He yearned for everything about the ancient emperors and wanted to know every bit of their past. Duanda had a rare serious expression as he sighed. Using corpses to prove one's Tao, although there are legends, it is not feasible at all. It is lacking that innate life energy, which is why the path of immortals is incomplete and difficult to perfect. How can you be so sure? Yi Fan asked. Daoist grandpa, who am I? Robbing all the ancient tombs in the world, is there anything I don't know about? This is a broken path. No one has ever succeeded since ancient times. What people say are all rumors. Yi Fan looked at him strangely. Daoist Duan's origins were mysterious, and there was nothing he didn't know. Even now, it was still hard to figure out his background. A great ancient tomb emitted strands of great Emperor Qi. It was filled with boundless mysteries. More than 100,000 years ago, an imperial cauldron had been forged on a rainy night, making it difficult for people to see through it. Who exactly was sleeping in the great tomb? So many years had passed, and everyone was looking forward to seeing if the tomb master had already turned to dust. What had he left behind? Suddenly, a beam of divine light enveloped the highland. A majestic figure with disheveled purple hair appeared with his back to the crowd and his back to the great tomb. He stood on the highland, making people feel as if they were facing a divine mountain that was too high to reach. Their legs and stomachs went soft, and many cultivators couldn't control themselves and wanted to kneel down. A saint-level ancient king had arrived. As expected, the appearance of the great ancient emperor's tomb made even the saints unable to sit still and rushed over. The majestic figure suddenly turned around and faced everyone. His purple hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were like a deep, pitch-black abyss. No one dared to look directly at him. Huatan, he has become a saint. Some ancient race experts cried out in surprise, coming from a half-saint. Many people revealed astonished expressions. Huatan was an outstanding genius. and his reputation was extremely great among the ancient races. During the final years of the archaic era, he had challenged everyone. This was a newly advanced saint. After the ancient race's revival, he was the first person to become a saint in this era. His name would be recorded in the annals of history. It really is Huatan. In the distance, some famous ancient race experts who didn't have much lifespan left revealed a bitter smile. Huatan wasn't the #1 genius of his era, but now he was the first to become a saint. From then on, he had transcended. The difference of half a step was like the difference between heaven and earth. The half-saint realm was a heavenly barrier. Once trapped, one might not be able to cross it for the rest of their lives. Many geniuses were blocked at this stage. The difference between half-saint and saint was only a single word, but the difference was too great. One could only be looked up to while the other was high above. Huatan actually succeeded. The #1 of that generation was still struggling, but now he has become a saint ancestor. Many people of the ancient race were unwilling, but they couldn't do anything. Huatan's ascension to saint symbolized the rise of another generation. Where is the human race's saint body? Huatan's pupils were like two black suns, emitting a frightening light. As they swept over everyone, all creatures trembled. Saint Huatan has appeared, and he wants to find trouble with the human race's saint body. Some people of the ancient race were excited. Few people dared to defy the victorious fighting Buddha's decree, but it didn't mean that everyone would obey. Moreover, if one wanted to kill the human race's saint body, there were loopholes that could be exploited. Huatan had come, firstly to explore the ancient tomb, and secondly to deal with Yifan. Before he became a saint, he was an elite among the radical faction of the ancient race. During the archaic era, my ancestor used the human race's saint as food. I once heard that the human race's saint body contains precious blood, and I really want to taste it. This was what Huatan had said before he became a saint, and many people still remembered it clearly. Chapter 1097. Huatan becoming a saint signified the rise of another generation, indicating the true arrival of a great age. Everyone felt a sense of urgency. After Huatan became an ancestral king, he didn't say much. He just came here as soon as he came out of seclusion to find Yifan. What he wanted to do was self-evident. His body was much taller than an ordinary person, and a pair of black sun-like eyes shone with a cold and merciless light. As he swept his gaze across the crowd, it was like a sharp blade being unsheathed, causing pain to one's skin. This was the will of a saint. If his gaze focused on one spot, an ordinary cultivator would definitely explode, bleeding profusely and losing their lives. In the 100,000 mountains, the birds and beasts were all wailing and crouching on the ground, trembling with fear towards the saint's might. Yifan, Duanda, and the others immediately retreated silently, not approaching. This person had come with ill intentions, and they didn't want to get into conflict. After all, he was a saint. This 23 really knows how to put on airs. Longma blew out 2 puffs of smoke from his nostrils, using some vulgar words from Earth to evaluate. Now he's here to show off. When he was a half-saint, why didn't I see him showing off? Otherwise, I would send him to heaven with one formation platform, the large black dog said. Huatan had become a saint after all, and no one here could deal with him. He surpassed the limits of humans, and no matter how nature-defying Yifan was, he was no match for him. Ignore him. We'll wait for an opportunity. I must enter the great tomb, Yifan said. An indescribable calling made him more and more uneasy. Huatan's arrival caused the atmosphere on this high ground to become extremely tense. People didn't even dare to speak loudly, especially the humans. They all felt very guilty. Where's the human saint physique? I heard that you're the strongest in the world, so why don't you dare to show yourself? Why are you curled up in that corner? After Huatan became a saint, he naturally had some followers. These people laughed coldly on the high ground, harboring sinister motives. Since ancestral King Huatan has come, the human saint physique better stay away and never show himself. Otherwise, he'll only become a pile of bones. Someone laughed loudly. Some people were fearless, standing on the high ground and wantonly provoking, wanting to cause some disturbance. Huatan sat cross-legged on the high ground with his eyes closed, not moving at all. At this level, he naturally wouldn't speak too much, or else it would be beneath his status. The tomb was about to open. He closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the best time. He wanted to be the first saint to enter the tomb and obtain the rare treasures, further solidifying his position as a saint. 23. Keep pretending. Sooner or later, I'll trample you to death. Longmo was indignant. Since Huatan had arrived, they had no choice but to stay away from the high ground. They could only watch from the crystal platform. In the following days, no one dared approach the entrance of the great tomb. Multicolored auspicious light gushed out from that place, all types of immortal light swirling about. Only Huatan resisted the pressure, sitting at the very front. With him here, not a single person dared to step forward, unable to compete with him. They could only watch passively, feeling deeply helpless. Ancestral King Hotan is here. You'd better retreat as far as you can. The people behind him sneered. Boom. On the 5th day, an intense tremor sounded. The natural crater was filled with endless Dao traces, surging with power that moved one's mind as it swept in all directions. So fragrant, there seems to be immortal medicines below. Quite a few people were moved, looking forward. Within the multicolored light, as well as the intimidating aura of the great ancient emperor, strand after strand of fragrance wafted over. It was extremely faint, but it was unforgettable. Huatan coldly glanced back. The ancient races were still all right, not suffering much of an impact, but a few human sect masters were shaken greatly, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Just a gaze alone swept over. That type of pressure was unbearable. The faces of the old sect masters turned snow-white one after another, staggering backwards. Everyone's hearts went cold. Those who weren't saints were less than dung after all. They couldn't even endure a single ice-cold gaze from Huatan. Everyone's hearts went completely cold. How were they supposed to compete? A saint bore hostility, not planning on letting the human race approach at all. If not for the fact that they feared the old saints of the human race, they might have already started a massacre. On the 8th day after Huatan arrived, the great tomb collapsed again. All types of divine splendor surged, turning into great waves that surged over. The natural crater became several times larger. All right, we can pretty much enter, Daoist said. And on this day, Huatan sensed something. He walked around the giant crater for half a day, as if he had set his resolution. He was finally going to take action. What should we do? If nothing unexpected happens, this is the tomb of our great human emperor. How can we allow an ancient race saint to enter first? But who can stop him? There's no way to stop him. The experts of the human race were all helpless. Right now, only Huatan had arrived, and he was indeed unrivaled. Everyone dared to be angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. I'll go down and take a look. You guys guard this place well. Huatan spoke, his voice low as he swept his eyes over his followers. At the center of this highland was a natural crater that radiated outwards. There were cracks everywhere, extending into the distance. The mountainous region was in ruins. Huatan hesitated slightly, and then he jumped in, entering the bottomless natural crater, heading towards the ancient tomb of the great ancient emperor. He had no other choice. Time was precious, and if the other old saints came, it would be useless even if he had heaven-warping talent. He could only take the risk and try to get in first. I can guarantee that he has gone in, and it will be hard for him to come out in a short period of time. Moreover, there's no second ancient king in this region. Daoist spoke, his eyes flashing. This fellow's background was mysterious. Up until now, even the Black Emperor who had followed Great Emperor Wu sure couldn't see through him. Moreover, his life-saving methods were top-notch. Since he said so, it was most likely true. Yi Fan nodded and stepped forward. He had already activated the row formula, and with each step, he appeared on the highland. During these days, Yi Fan had long understood what kind of person Huatan was from the ancient race. He had once said that his ancestor had fed on the human race saints during the ancient times, and he also wanted to taste the precious blood of the human race's saint physique. You came for me. My cultivation level isn't high enough, and I'm not your opponent, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Yi Fan muttered to himself as he stood in front of the natural crater. His appearance instantly caused a commotion. The ancient ancestor king had just disappeared, and the human race's saint physique came. How audacious! Beside the natural crater, the expressions of Huatan's followers all changed. They felt that the situation was far from good. The ancient king was just below, yet he dared to come so close. What did you guys say just now? A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. These people retreated, their hearts beating like drums. They didn't think that Yi Fan would have the courage to directly approach and finish them off. Just now, they were mocking Yi Fan, saying that he could only curl up in a corner and humiliate him as much as possible. They wanted to force him to appear, but now he really came to kill them. Go. They weren't saints, and it was impossible for them to fight against the person in front of them. If they went up, they would die without a doubt. They turned around and fled. There was even one person who didn't care about the dangers in the natural crater and jumped in. He would rather do this than face the human race's saint physique. Clang. However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. He operated the army formula and reversed the control of the divine sword in his hand. He turned it around and stabbed it back. With a pfff sound, the sharp blade cut across his own neck, causing blood to splash out. This result shocked everyone. They all thought that he had gone crazy and used the shining divine sword to cut off his own head. With a gulu sound, his head tumbled onto the ground. The divine sword chopped down vertically and cut his head in half. His primordial spirit was extinguished, and he died a violent death. Run in different directions. The other people's faces were ashen. Just now, they had Huatan's support, so they weren't afraid of anything. Now, however, they were like stray dogs in a state of panic. How could Yi Fan allow them to escape? The travel formula under his feet activated, and all kinds of Dao patterns appeared. They turned into golden lightning and carried him forward with the world's fastest speed. Shio. He was like a streak of lightning as he blocked one person's path. His fist smashed forward, and with a prung sound, this ancient race member exploded. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. He didn't stop for even a moment and turned into a blazing light as he charged in another direction. Golden blood energy overflowed into the heavens, and with a heavenly swastika sound, the other two broke apart inch by inch. They turned into fresh blood and dyed the sky red. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. Yi Fan opened up a world that belonged to the golden divine treasury. All kinds of golden divine splendor flowed about. Ancient bells, Dao swords, sacred pagodas, and other boundless things rose and fell together. With a shake of his body, they scattered out like a rain of light. This was a country of weapons. They were all golden and dazzling. They turned into rays of blazing light that swept in all directions. The remaining people screamed miserably as they were chopped into bloody paste. Yi Fan attacked powerfully. In a short moment, he killed all of Saint Huatan's followers and didn't let a single person escape. In the wilderness, everyone cried out in alarm, but no one dared to stop him. Even the ancient race was the same. They were all intimidated by him. How daring! He truly has no fear. Huatan had just entered the ancient tomb, yet he wiped out all of his subordinates. He doesn't fear incurring the hatred of the saint. He's so domineering, yet he killed them all. Huatan's lungs will most likely explode from anger. This is a naked slap to his face. He had just become a saint, yet someone came to trample on him. This is a great loss of face. Even many of the ancient race's legendary figures were dumbstruck and felt their hair stand on end. The human race's saint physique couldn't be provoked. What else did he not dare to do? He even chased the Golden Clan's heavenly daughter until she ran naked. He even challenged Huatan and didn't care about anything. Yi Fan swaggered off and didn't stay for long. He left behind a ground full of blood and some broken limbs. It was a ghastly sight. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the great tomb. It shook violently as Huatan rushed out in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. He was on the verge of collapse. No one knew what he had encountered. his skin and flesh were lacerated, and his broken bones were protruding out of his flesh. Blood covered his body, and he fell to the ground with a plop while gasping for breath. At the entrance of the great tomb, immortal multicolored light gushed out for a period of time before finally stopping. The great emperor's divine splendor was once again withdrawn. Huatan looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. But soon after, he saw the corpses of his subordinates and exploded on the spot. Who killed them? It's the human race's saint physique, someone replied. Is that so? I came for him and wanted to use him as food. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to offend me. This time, the victorious fighting Buddha has no reason to protect him. No one can say anything if I kill him. Huatan's expression was cold. He didn't mourn for his subordinates and instead laughed coldly. 23 and you're so cocky. I'll slaughter you sooner or later. Longma said. In fact, this was also what Yi Fan was thinking. He really wanted Huatan to shed blood here and make a saint fall. Bang! The great tomb collapsed again, and the aura became even more vigorous. Duanda raised his eyebrows and said, I think it's time to enter the tomb. I finally know what's inside the great tomb. Yi Fan's heart beat violently. This time, he could clearly feel that there was something in his body that was resonating with him. Back then, it was also in the southern region. He narrowly escaped death and obtained the immortal fate. He didn't expect to meet again here. Perhaps, from this, I can conclude who the person inside the great tomb is. Chapter 1098. The myriad chi cauldron trembled slightly as if it had the will of a god. The ancient cauldron walls glowed, and the markings carved on it were like living creatures coming back to life. At the same time, the golden dwarf between Yi Fan's eyebrows opened its eyes. For so many years, this golden primordial spirit had held the small cauldron and comprehended the ancient scriptures together. The bronze immortal palace. I can feel its aura. Yi Fan revealed a look of disbelief. This immortal palace that could move had always been wandering around the eastern wasteland. Each time it appeared, it would appear in a different location. There were secrets about immortals. Back then he and Ji Ziyue had mistakenly entered and narrowly escaped. It was also because of this that they obtained the myriad chi origin root. After so many years, he had almost forgotten about this place. According to the records, the bronze immortal palace would only appear once every 10,000 years. There's no mistake. Divine runes appeared on Yi Fan's forehead bone. The golden dwarf in the immortal platform was trembling. He vaguely saw the word immortal written in blood in the depths of the immortal palace. Was it the blood of an ancient emperor or a true immortal? There were too many secrets in this place. It was rumored that Ruthless was here in one of his lives. Unfortunately, he failed to transform and his body shattered there. Someone from the Yaoguang lineage knows the undying heaven art. Now, the immortal palace that is closely related to Ruthless has appeared. So, is this really her grave? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Yi Fan knew why the myriad chi cauldron was trembling. It was not perfect. It was missing only the origin root and not all of the materials from back then. Outside the bronze immortal palace, the mountain-like origin root surged violently, making people feel suffocated. He only used the green copper to obtain the essence origin root. The rest of the divine materials were still there. Ruthless had the heaven-devouring evil jar, but he also found the origin root from the creation of the world. He naturally wanted to forge an even stronger weapon. If it was forged into an immortal weapon, it would be unparalleled in the world. Yi Fan used his own Dao to build the foundation of the cauldron. These years, he often thought that if he could refine all the materials outside the immortal palace, the cauldron should be perfect. The source chi is inseparable from the cauldron. They were originally one, so I should make them merge. In a daze, he saw an enormous copper palace rise and fall within the natural crater. Source energy curled about it, releasing immortal cries that were so loud that even the deaf could hear. It made one feel as if they were about to comprehend the Tao. Master, what's wrong? Yitong called out softly. Yi Fan was in a daze. After a while, he recovered and said, Didn't you hear? What are you talking about? Duanda's eyes lit up. Yi Fan looked toward the high ground again. It was a stretch of ruins, and there was only the occasional celestial glow from the bottom of the abyss. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It's the tomb of Emperor Merciless. Yi Fan told him everything he knew. He couldn't see the scene in the depths of the great tomb, only knowing that the bronze Immortal palace appeared. It floated above the mysterious region, possibly rushing into the heavens. The bronze Immortal palace has the secrets of immortals. Back then, it was taken over by a vicious person, and after all these years, no one knew where it went. Who would have thought that it would rise and fall within its tomb? Duanda rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement. Where's your heaven-devouring demonic cover? Hurry up and bring it out. Who knows, it might be able to sense what's inside the tomb, said the Black Emperor. I didn't dare bring it out. That was refined from a vicious person's head. I'm afraid that this really is her tomb. If something unforeseen happens, this poor Daoist's little life might be lost here. Huatan stood above the abyss with a gloomy expression. His followers had all died, yet he couldn't find any traces of Yi Fan. Deathly light swirled in his eyes, making one feel intimidated. He's blocking there, and we have no way of going over. Otherwise, this is an immortal opportunity. Why isn't he struck by lightning? Longma cursed. Suddenly, two divine rainbows crossed the southern region and quickly approached. They descended and appeared on this high ground. Divine light overflowed from every single one of them, making them look high and mighty. Two saint-level ancient kings arrived. Their strength was extremely powerful, surpassing Huatan. They were both veteran saints, causing the ancient races to cry out in alarm. They went up to pay their respects. Huatan, what did you gain? One of them was surrounded by undying divine splendor and couldn't be seen clearly. There was a divine disk behind his head that was as resplendent as a great sun. His words were dignified and didn't have a trace of emotional fluctuations. It was the same even when facing Huatan, who was also an ancient king. There was a type of lofty and aloof aura that overlooked the common people. Huatan was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to contradict them. He had just become a saint and was far from being comparable to these ancient saints. He seriously replied, "The immortal splendor is flowing below. It's difficult for me to go deeper." The other ancient saint gave him a look and directly walked over. He arrived above the abyss and a crack appeared between his brows. A streak of immortal light shot out and illuminated the bottomless emperor tomb. However, after a long time, he frowned. He couldn't sense anything and couldn't sense anything. The archaic emperors all have a precise location for their ancient tombs. It isn't here and is definitely the tomb of the great human emperor. Who would have thought that even saints couldn't see through it? Let's go down together. Even if we can't break through the ancient tomb, we can still protect ourselves, said an ancient saint. Good. If there is an emperor treasure, it will definitely help us achieve the Tao and have a chance of walking the path of the great sage. Radiance flickered. The three of them disappeared at the same time and entered the abyss to explore the great tomb together. Right at this time, the great tomb collapsed again. The heavenly crater expanded several times and immortal multicolored light surged. Colorful mists pervaded the air and rushed into the heavens. The speed at which the great tomb collapsed increased. The highlands were crisscrossed and there were cracks everywhere. Rubble pierced through the clouds, turning this place into a dilapidated land. 9 Heavens Divine Jade Series Blue Sky Divine Jade. Someone cried out in alarm. An ancient race half-saint reached out his hand and grabbed a green precious jade the size of an infant's fist. It flowed with brilliant light and overflowing colors, making his fingers almost transparent. Mutton Fat Jade Iron. A human race sect master raised his hand and grabbed a fist-sized piece of divine iron. It was spotlessly white and flawless with specks of light flickering about. The ground exploded and enormous rocks rushed upwards, bringing with them a few precious materials. This made many people's eyes go red. There were endless treasures within this great emperor tomb. What are you all waiting for? Everyone, think of a way to seize the treasures. Duanda shouted loudly and inwardly fanned everyone. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter and seize the treasures. Otherwise, with the 3 ancestral kings below, there was no way they could deal with them. With so many people entering together, it would be difficult for them to be discovered. There is an ancient great emperor's aura here. It will be difficult for us to do anything even if we enter. If we take the risk, we might die. Someone said dejectedly. It's fine. Each time immortal multicolored light surges, there will be a period of quietness. We just need to move about in a safe area and seize divine materials. We won't enter the depths of the tomb. Humans died for wealth and birds died for food. Mutton fat jade iron and blue sky divine jade appeared one after another, making even half-saints unable to sit still, let alone the others. They were all moved. An hour later, the immortal light evaporated. A group of people rushed towards the heavenly crater that was 10 times larger and leapt inside. Even though their souls were trembling, they still couldn't resist the temptation. In that instant, magical treasures covered the skies and all types of secret artifacts appeared. The cultivators used them to protect themselves as they entered the great tomb. Apart from this, there were even more powerful holy artifacts that released tsunami-like sounds. These were the actions of the peak powers that stood in the clouds, using this to forcefully enter. Large amounts of ancient race, human, and fiend races cultivators appeared, entering the abyss. The great emperor's ancient tomb moved everyone's hearts. Let's go, we should move out as well. If we don't go now, someone might really get there first, said the Black Emperor. Duanda led the way. This was a secret passage that led directly to the great tomb through the underground dark vein. This was something that was left behind when they were here. It's boiling up above, they're fighting. After entering the heavenly crater and looking upwards, all types of magical treasures were colliding. It was as if large amounts of meteors were flying over from beyond the heavens, interweaving into a great destructive light. It's raining. No, this is blood, some from the human race, some from the ancient race. Duanda raised his head and touched the wet marks on his face. Above, a rain of blood scattered down. From time to time, corpses would fall, and there were even more broken magical treasures that exploded. It had long become completely chaotic. At the center of the sky, there was an even deeper grave pit, so deep that the ground couldn't be seen. That was the true emperor's tomb. Fine jade iron, blue sky divine jade, everlasting silver essence, and other things would occasionally rush up along with the rubble, specks of immortal light flickering about. What is going on? Are there really countless rare treasures? 9 heavens divine jade and everlasting silver essence are divine materials even saints would be moved by. Longma sighed in admiration. There weren't many fragments, but they could still see a few. They surged with auspicious multicolored light, as if there was a great mine of immortal materials underground. I know, this is a piece of primal chaos immortal land left behind from the creation of the world. Look, there are wisps of multicolored light surging, it originates from there. The Black Emperor was greatly shaken. Based on its suspicions, Great Emperor Vicious all life source energy came from this place, the essence immortal root nurtured in the primal chaos immortal land. It was dug up by him. In this kind of place, even if it was the outer layer, there would definitely be rare treasures. Apart from the all life source energy immortal root, blue sky divine jade, everlasting silver essence, and other things were definitely nurtured outside the primal chaos immortal land. These were accompanying creatures. It's just like the spiritual herbs growing outside a true dragon's cave. The most precious is naturally the true dragon in the cave, but the grass beside the cave is also precious to mortals. Duanda said. His heart began to itch. This was a piece of primal chaos immortal land. There was most likely a small primal chaos world below. Only heaven knew what kind of divine treasures were nurtured inside. He really wanted to immediately rush in. Do you guys feel it? There is powerful life force here. Immortal light and other things are all overflowing from the small primal chaos world. This truly is an exceptional divine land. The Black Emperor sighed in admiration. According to what it said, Great Emperor Wu sure wanted to forge the most powerful emperor bell, traveling the entire world, perhaps even visiting many ancient stars, all in order to find a small primal chaos world with life force. He found suitable materials, but he ended up empty-handed. In the end, Great Emperor Wu Shi traveled to the Qinling Mountains in the west of Central Continent, unexpectedly obtaining a primal chaos stone in the immortal transformation pool, and only then did he refine the immortal materials he needed. Duanda said, "The Great Emperor can easily refine the primal chaos and open up a small world. However, it is extremely difficult to find life force in the primal chaos. Things that can be born in the primal chaos are all supreme treasures, rarely seen throughout the ages." They knew that they had arrived at a divine land, a primal chaos immortal land rarely seen throughout the ages. If they went in, they might be able to find something of immeasurable value. Dong! The small abyss at the center flickered with multicolored light. An ancient building floated up and down, blocking the entrance, making it impossible for people to enter. The aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, almost making their bodies and bones shatter. Fortunately, Yi Fan's body emitted a hazy green light, propping up a light screen to protect them. Otherwise, if one wasn't a saint, they wouldn't be able to reach this place. Standing in a suitable position, Yi Fan, Duanda, the Black Emperor and the others all revealed strange expressions. They discovered that the three ancient saints were all blocked here, trapped in a life and death situation. An ancient bronze palace emitted a hazy radiance, floating up and down in the small abyss at the bottom of the heavenly crater. The entrance of the palace had a great gravitational force, millions upon millions of strands of immortal light, almost swallowing Huatan and the others. Even someone as powerful as the three ancient saints found it difficult to resist. Yi Fan was stunned. It really was it. After several decades, he saw the bronze immortal palace again. Chapter 1099. Great waves rose and fell within Yi Fan's mind. When he saw the grand and imposing palace cast from bronze, he thought of Ji Ziyue and how the two of them mistakenly entered the immortal palace. His heartstrings trembled. In this place, the old bronze piece in his body was especially sensitive. Just like back then, it seemed to have been stimulated, immediately reviving. This place was extremely terrifying. This bronze palace related to immortals seemed to possess life, different from before. Now, it was shining on its own, the three ancient saints unable to break free. Its scale was massive, tall like a small mountain. It was unknown just how much bronze had been used up, but now, it was mottled with green rust, leaving behind ancient imprints. The bronze rust traces were extremely heavy, displaying an ancient feeling of great changes. However, this didn't affect its magnificence. Millions and millions of strands of immortal light shot out, twisting into supreme Tao marks, covering this place densely. This was going to refine the three ancient saints. They were all roaring loudly, blocking the entrance of the bronze palace, using all of their cultivation to support themselves, barely preventing themselves from being sucked in. Yi Fan clearly remembered that when he and Ji Ziyue entered the bronze palace back then, the inside was deathly still, not this type of scene. It was like a tomb, lacking immortal light or Tao marks. Otherwise, they most likely wouldn't have been able to walk out alive. This ancient bronze palace has a heaven-defying great secret related to immortals. Duanda swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It actually appeared in Vicious Tomb. It seems like it has great karma with her. The Black Emperor's large bronze bell eyes shone. This time, the ancient tomb's collapse might have been related to the bronze immortal palace. It was the aura it released that intensified the cracks in the highlands, and then it completely collapsed, forming a heavenly crater. Compared to the bronze immortal palace, the three ancient saints were like ants. The main reason was because this bronze palace was just too large, moreover releasing endless immortal light. They discovered Yi Fan's group. Huatan's pupils were like black suns, pitch black and immeasurable, releasing strands of dark light. As he swept his gaze over, there was a type of lofty and aloof aura, as if he was looking down on ants. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free, couldn't rush over, and even more so couldn't take action. Yi Fan, Duanda, the Black Emperor, and the others didn't feel any fear. The three of them couldn't even protect themselves, locked in place. Whether or not they could survive was another matter. So much. Mother Qi. Longma's four hooves emitted a fiery glow as it circled around the copper palace from afar. It looked like it had too much energy. Yi Tong also opened his mouth wide, revealing an expression of disbelief as he said, "Master, this is where your cauldron came from? Emperor Ruthless is incredible. What is he trying to do? Did he excavate a chaotic immortal land to forge the most powerful celestial tool? He's using so much source chi to forge a cauldron, and he's refining it repeatedly. Who would be able to block his attack?" The large black dog was also stunned. Outside the bronze immortal palace, all life source energy swirled about, forming mountains and seas, layer after layer. It was as heavy as a stellar domain, crushing down until one stopped breathing. There were endless Dao traces interweaving. Any strand of source chi could crush a mountain. How heavy would it be when so many of them were gathered together? Did the ancient emperors want to destroy the other monarch weapons with a single strike by forging it into a weapon? If an ordinary person was able to find a strand of source energy, then it was already a great opportunity. Now, there was so much of it, densely packed like clouds, surrounding this place. It was simple and unadorned, majestic and majestic. It was a type of miracle. "Rise!" Yi Fan shouted loudly, and a small golden person in his forehead opened his eyes. He stood up and took a step forward, using the Dao traces as his battle clothes and the cauldron as his weapon. The all-life source chi cauldron hovered above his head, and the small golden person opened his mouth and let out a clear cry. The small cauldron quickly enlarged and flew forward, beginning to swallow the huge amount of source chi. "You dare!" Huatan was furious, and his expression finally changed. He was unable to remain calm. There was so much source chi, and even if it had lost its source, it was still a divine material that was difficult to find in this world. If he could obtain it, it would be a heaven-defying fortune. What was the most precious thing? It was naturally the weapons of the ancient emperors, and this source chi was prepared by the great human emperor to refine weapons. There was no way to measure its value. The expressions of the other two ancient saints changed. They wanted to help, but they were powerless. They couldn't even protect themselves, so how could they stop him? "Saint physique of the human race, you killed my people and stole my fortune. This is a great enmity. If I can escape, I will kill you 100 times over. Even the victorious fighting Buddha will have nothing to say," Huatan said gloomily. "We'll talk about it after you escape. I don't have time to deal with you now." "I'll find a quiet place to go," Yi Fan said indifferently. At this moment he was in a good mood. He used the cauldron to swallow the huge amount of source chi and fused it into the cauldron. The army formula was activated, and his cauldron floated up and down, making sonorous sounds. The source chi was like 10,000 streams returning to the sea, causing the void to distort and collapse. It became one with the cauldron, and there was no distinction between them. From then on, the source chi became one. The materials of Vicious Emperor weapon were rare throughout the ages, so Huatan's eyes were red and he roared in anger. The cauldron was the essence of source chi, and at this moment, it became one with the huge amount of source chi. It emitted a wave of life, as if it was about to give birth to a divine consciousness. "You have the life to take it, but not the life to use it." Huatan smiled coldly. He was full of unwillingness, and his murderous intent was revealed without any concealment. If he could move, he would definitely attack at the first moment and crush Yi Fan into ashes. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. You don't have this chance. Even if you become a saint-level character, it doesn't mean you won't fall. You should be more careful of yourself. Yi Fan laughed. He didn't mind. What could be more exciting than a perfect Dao-proving artifact? His cauldron could absorb all the source chi and interweave its marks. 23. You better be more honest with your mouth. Otherwise, I'll reward you with a fried dumpling and make you roll on the ground. Longma's mouth was full of nonsense. As it spoke, it raised its hoof and prepared to kick Huatan while he was down. It wanted to make Huatan die with a grievance in the bronze immortal palace. "Don't." Duanda hurriedly stopped it, telling it not to act blindly without thinking. That bronze immortal palace shone with millions and millions of strands of celestial light, almost engulfing the ancestral king. If they acted rashly, they might also be engulfed. This kind of balance can't be broken. If they are lucky, they can charge out, but if they are not, They can only wait to die, the Black Emperor also said. The cauldrons suddenly became many times heavier. Fortunately, it had already been refined long ago, and its weight wasn't something that Yi Fan could bear. Now that it was thrown out, without using any magic power, most ordinary enemies would probably be directly turned into dust. Brat, such a precious thing has fallen into your hands, so you have to compensate us with something. Otherwise, we'll split it equally. If it was someone else, I would have already snatched it. The large black dog hooted. After killing the heavenly prince, there were quite a lot of good things that were dug out from his body. Why didn't you hand them over? Yi Fan exposed him. Immeasurable celestial being, since this is your Tao-proving artifact, I'm willing to help you achieve your dream. When the time comes, just give me an extra portion of the enlightenment tea that you obtained from the deathless heavenly emperor's palace. And mine. Longma also called out. The three extremes hooted together. Yi Tong was very dutiful, and it was impossible for him to split his master's treasures. Not far away, the three ancient saints were sulking. They watched helplessly as a few juniors took away the exclusive celestial materials of the great ancient emperor, and now they were even discussing how to split the spoils. This really made them furious. In particular, Huatan's lungs were about to explode. That was because that Longma kept saying 23, and judging from his tone, it definitely wasn't something good. He looked at him from the corner of his eyes, and didn't treat him as a saint at all. Duanda frowned as if he had detected something. Not good, a saint has come. The formation patterns that I set up are reacting, and my heart is pounding. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Now, they weren't saints, and lacked the capital to settle down, so they naturally had to be careful. Before entering, they had set up various formation patterns. Once a saint descended, they would be alerted. The Black Emperor didn't say anything, and took out the chessboard formation platform, opened up the void, and directly entered. What a pity, the Bronze Celestial Palace has a chaotic immortal land, and there are most likely divine treasures inside. Duanda was very regretful. What a pity! Longma was even more restless, but there was nothing they could do. A saint had come, and they could only retreat. I'll temporarily leave the source chi in your hands, and keep the heads on your necks. I will go collect them. Huatan said sinisterly. Idiot, just wait for your deaths in peace. Longma's words almost choked him to death. Swoosh! With a flash of light, they disappeared from the underground world. In the distance, mysterious fluctuations spread out. The realm gate opened, and a scarlet-haired woman walked out. Her body was tall and slender, and she was a powerful ancient race expert. The Blood Lightning Queen is here. Many people cried out in alarm. This was a Saint King who had appeared at the Jade Lake meeting and fought against Divine King Jiang. Today, she actually personally came. The matter was getting bigger and bigger, and even such a character couldn't sit still. She didn't act blindly without thinking, and only walked around the abyss for a long time before taking a step down. When she arrived at the distance of the Bronze Celestial Palace, she saw the three trapped ancient saints. After a quarter of an hour, a loud sound rang out. The Blood Lightning Queen rushed over, and there were bloodstains all over her body. Her body almost exploded, and behind her, there were three other figures that were even more miserable. Their primordial spirit flames had almost been extinguished, and their bodies were tattered beyond recognition. After they rushed over, they all cried out loudly, full of anger. There were immortal treasures underground, but they couldn't seize them. A single celestial palace was enough to suppress everyone to death. Huatan, in particular, felt extremely sullen. He was ridiculed by Yi Fan and Longma, and he could only watch as the source chi of all life was stolen. That kind of unwillingness and resentment was hard to describe. Human race holy body, I will definitely kill you. Even if a deity revives, he won't be able to save you. Huatan roared. With a honglong sound, the sound waves were like heavenly thunder. The bodies of many cultivators near the great tomb cracked apart, and those with slightly weaker cultivations directly exploded, turning into bloody mist. When a saint was angry, there would be countless corpses. This was not just empty talk. Your tone isn't small. I just don't know what you will do if a deity truly descends one day. An aged voice transmitted over. Without a sound, heavenly jade Holy Land's old saint, Wei appeared. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. He stood there like a piece of withered wood. The Blood Lightning Queen looked as if she was facing a great enemy. Her expression changed. Which human saint was ordinary? Back then, during the Jade Lake meeting, a white-clothed divine king killed so many ancient race saints that their blood splashed through the sky. Batch after batch died, and their vitality was greatly damaged. This old saint was someone even she couldn't fathom. Her heart was beating rapidly, and she didn't dare to act recklessly. Wei Yi stood there and silently deduced for a while. Then he frowned, and without saying a word, his figure became indistinct, disappearing into thin air. At the same time, the moment Wei Yi disappeared, he brought all the cultivators on the high ground with him, and they were transported into the distant sky. Suddenly, the bronze Immortal Palace reached tens of thousands of meters in an instant, rushing into the heavenly crater. Immortal light was boundless, and it shone like a sun. The bloody, immortal character inside turned into a beam of light, and it was reflected in the void, cutting across the past and present. The Blood Lightning Queen, Huatan, and the others quickly retreated. Their joints made cracking sounds, and they almost exploded in this place. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were almost crushed to death. What a great immortal palace! It is indeed extraordinary. It's really hard to imagine who it was that made such a big hole inside and forcefully blasted it out, an aged voice said. Great sage Hun Tuo appeared on the horizon. Behind him, there were several ancient saints following, advancing and retreating together with him. Clearly, they were determined to obtain the divine treasures inside the great tomb. On the other side, a figure appeared in front of the human race. His white clothes fluttered in the wind. It was divine King Jiang Taishu. He had also shown himself. As soon as the peerless divine king appeared, the scene was immediately thrown into chaos. Many ancient races were trembling, and even some ancient kings felt their bodies go cold. During the Jade Lake meeting, the divine king killed them all alone, and they were all terrified. This bronze palace is related to immortals. Why don't we open it up together and see what's inside? Another figure descended, and it was extremely ancient. Many people were shocked. It was the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons who had arrived. An emperor's tomb triggered a great chaos. Many ancient kings and a few great sages couldn't sit still any longer. They wanted to open it up and obtain the secret of becoming immortals. It's difficult for outsiders to touch the tomb of a great human emperor. Jiang Taishu said to himself. Chapter 1100. All the saints had arrived and surrounded the tomb. The atmosphere was tense as all sides faced each other. Even though the majestic bronze palace was covered in rust, it still shone brightly and lit up the sky. The word, immortal, that it reflected made everyone's heart tremble. Great sage Hunchuo, great sage Hun Tuo, and a dozen other ancient kings stood side by side. They were like a dozen ancient demonic mountains that made everyone's hearts tremble. There were too few human saints. Up until now, there was only Wei Yi and Jiang Taishu. The others were nowhere to be seen, making people feel that they were alone. Great sage Hun Tuo squinted his eyes and looked at the bronze palace. This special structure that had existed since ancient times had come back to life. Even someone as strong as him didn't dare to barge in. What a strong fluctuation. I can vaguely hear someone chanting immortal scriptures inside. It's unfathomable. Once I step in, it'll be hard to predict. As a great sage, he had such a feeling and made such a judgment. This made the others even more fearful of the bronze palace. No one dared to act rashly. Yi Fan, Black Emperor, and the others were 80,000 miles away. Through a mysterious crystal, they could clearly see the situation around the tomb. This was the result of the endless wondrous emperor-grade Dao patterns. The great sage of the ancient race has people here. If they attack with a few ancient weapons, they'll most likely get what they want. At that time, we'll be in big trouble. The ancient race didn't lack extreme imperial weapons. The golden truncheon was said to be able to beat immortals. The dragon bell could collapse the universe. If the Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and Blood Phoenix Mountain all came with weapons, not to mention the southern region, even the eastern wasteland would be destroyed. Everyone, what do you think of my suggestion? Let's enter together and search for the secret of immortals. Great Sage Hunchuo spoke again. If we enter with ancient weapons, there shouldn't be a problem. At least we can protect ourselves. Great Sage Qianluan of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons nodded. These two were the leaders and the peak existences of the ancient race. Even the other Saint Kings didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of them. No one dared to go against them. Someone looked at Divine King Jiang and Wei. These were two saints of the human race, and they were not simple at all. Even the ancient king had to be cautious. During the battle at the Jade Pool, the white-robed Divine King had single-handedly shaken the universe. He had left a deep impression on them. Are the two of you going in? Qianluan, the great sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons, smiled and looked over. Forget it. I can't beat you guys, so I won't cause trouble. Wei Yi shook his head. 10,000 clans coexist. The world is one family. Why should there be any distinctions? Everyone can enter, Qianluan said. A heavenly sound rang through the air. The bronze Immortal Palace's radiance flourished even more brilliantly. The Immortal character that was reflected was dripping with blood, incredibly large, full of a shocking feeling. This time, the dozen or so ancient kings all frowned. They also heard someone chanting scriptures, but it was very blurry and indistinct. Could there be another living being in the Copper Palace? So many years had passed, and even the ancient emperors had long passed away. It was impossible for them to be alive. Could it really be related to immortals? I smell fresh blood. This immortal character is at least condensed from the blood of emperors. It might even be the blood of immortals, Great Sage Hunchuo said. No matter which one it was absolutely shocking. Who could injure the ancient emperors and use their blood to carve words? This was a kind of blasphemy. And if it was the blood of immortals, it was even more unbelievable. 80,000 miles away, Yi Fan frowned. He had entered back then and seen this immortal character. Was it written in the blood of Vicious? It didn't seem like it. There was a mysterious door behind the immortal character. He only walked there and didn't have the chance to enter because he would die if he took a step forward. Tell the ordinary cultivators to retreat. There will be a great calamity in this place. No one should stay for long. A sickly old man appeared and secretly said to Divine King Jiang and Wei. The moment he appeared, Great Sage Hunchuo and Great Sage Qianluan couldn't stay calm anymore. Their faces were full of seriousness. Gai Juyo's arrival made them feel the pressure multiply. White-robed Divine King nodded. Which of the ancient emperors were ordinary? Who could rob their tombs? If they weren't willing, anyone who came would die. For example, everyone knew that Great Emperor Wuxia was buried there. But so many years had passed, who could do anything? Back then, several emperor weapons had attacked the mountain, but they could only retreat in defeat. Many important figures had come, and all sides couldn't remain calm. Ordinary cultivators started to retreat. This wasn't a simple battle. If a holy war broke out, not to mention tens of thousands of miles away, the entire southern region might be plunged into misery and suffering. Be it humans, demons, or ancient races, they were all very tactful and started to retreat. If people wanted to pay attention, they had to use the eye of the formation. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, ordinary cultivators would be as weak as ants. How lively! Another ancient saint had arrived. A beam of golden light appeared in front of the Alcade Old Land. The great sage of the Gold Clan appeared with the golden truncheon. The ancient emperor's aura spread out, causing the bronze palace to tremble. The Golden King glanced at Gai Juyo, then at Wei Yi and white-robed Divine King. He didn't say anything. After losing to the victorious Fighting Buddha, he had been depressed for a while. This time, he came with the golden truncheon to make up for his loss of the priceless divine marrow. Another great sage is here. If they really start fighting, will the southern region be able to protect itself when the ancient emperor weapons are used? Everyone was worried. Even divine King Jiang and Wei Yi frowned. With so many important figures here, they represented the peak battle power. It could be said that the matter was getting bigger and bigger. Ordinary cultivators weren't qualified to participate at all. They retreated like the tide. Not long after, the huge Alcade old land became deserted. There wasn't a single ordinary person left. Those who remained were all saints. Boom! The bronze immortal palace rumbled. At the same time, the sound of the great Tao became even more vast. It was as if there really was an immortal giving a lecture. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear. Be careful, I almost transformed into the Tao. An ancestral king whose lifespan was about to end and didn't have many months to live was horrified. This was an older generation saint. All the hair on his body stood up, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. Chung. The golden truncheon rumbled and turned into an immortal divine radiance. It could cut down the sun, moon, and stars, and destroy all living things. The ancient emperor's aura was recovering. At the same time, the bell rang. Countless purple-gold divine bells were strung together, forming a true dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it appeared in the void. Each bell of the 10,000 dragon bell was a piece of dragon bone. When it sounded, the 9 heavens and 10 earths could be broken. It had the power to split open the world, and the primal chaos surged. The 2 ancient emperor weapons appeared at the same time. The bronze immortal palace sensed something. Its radiance didn't decrease, and it slowly descended towards the depths of the natural crater. It blocked the entrance of the primal chaos immortal land and took the initiative to defend. Wu, formidable. The great human emperor is dead, and his tomb is difficult to move. Even the bronze immortal palace has come to stop us. Great sage Hunchuo said to himself. For the sake of the secret of immortal ascension, we can only forcefully attack the immortal palace. Apart from this, the primal chaos immortal land is also a place that must be fought over. Golden King was the first to take action, descending into the natural crater. Don't let random people get close. Great sage Hunchuo spoke. He left behind a few ancient kings to provide support. Everyone moved, descending into the abyss together. Something big has happened. All saints have arrived to open the bronze immortal palace and enter the tomb of the great ancient emperor. A great storm is about to rise. With so many ancient saints taking action, the southern region might be destroyed. There are rumors that this is the ancient tomb of the great emperor. She is the most brilliant person since ancient times. Will she be able to succeed? The news spread in all directions. All the cultivators in the world focused their attention. Unfortunately, they didn't have the qualifications to participate and could only watch. On this day, many important places in the southern region had ancient formation platforms shining. They used the formation eyes to observe and pay attention to this world-shaking change. I feel a little uneasy. Wasted. He looked back in the other direction of the southern region. Back then, the heavenly jade Holy Land was almost completely destroyed, leaving him with a lifetime of pain and memories. Let's wait and see, Gai Juyo said calmly. White-robed Divine King and the others didn't move. They only stood above the abyss, watching the ancient race take action and waiting for the result. A few ancient saints flew in all directions, patrolling the surroundings. If there were any changes, they would immediately inform the people below with their divine senses. In reality, it was very obvious that they were guarding against the ancient saints of the human race. What else could it be? They were afraid that they would set up a killing formation above. Boom. Southern region, forbidden ancient land. The atmosphere was strange. Below the abyss formed by the 9 sacred mountains, a terrifying aura rushed into the heavens. The 2 outer realm ancient saints were very uneasy and immediately retreated. They had long since heard that the tomb of an ancient great emperor had appeared in another place, so they also hurried there and temporarily left this place. Yi Fan and the others weren't far away. They were shocked to see this scene. What happened? Don't tell me the path of immortality is really going to open? Could it be that it's going to happen soon? This is going to be a world-shocking change. All of their hearts were beating violently. Was the illusory celestial domain really going to appear? who could use this light to ascend and transform into an immortal. Boom. Suddenly, a great power surged over, controlling the 100,000 mountains. The leaden clouds were like the vast sea, and the entire sky was about to collapse as it attacked Yi Fan and the others. Not good, a saint is attacking, the Black Emperor shouted. With a shake of his hand, 12 formation platforms flew out and lined up in the void, blocking the overflowing holy light. The chessboard platform flashed, and they immediately entered. The 12 formation platforms immediately shattered and turned into ashes, unable to block the attack in the slightest. One had to know that this was a damaged corner of the Emperor formation, enough to kill a half-saint and make his blood fly everywhere. However, the formation diagram was damaged after all. There was only a tenth of it, and it couldn't block the attack of a saint. You can't escape the human race's divine physique. Next time, I will definitely kill you. It's useless no matter who comes. You are my food, and the source energy you obtain will also belong to me, Huatan said coldly. He was very regretful. He had obtained the guidance of the great sage and deduced that these people should be in this direction. He moved horizontally, but in the end he still didn't hit them. Only the aftermath destroyed a portion of the formation platforms. Tens of thousands of li away, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, and the others frowned. It was truly dangerous just now, and they were almost intercepted. The great sage didn't hesitate to spend a great deal of effort to deduce it. Otherwise, Huatan, who has just become a saint, wouldn't have been able to find it, said Duanda. I have a damaged immortal cauldron on me, so they couldn't figure it out. It seems like they have another secret method to deduce you all. Yi Fan said, You have to be careful. This emperor will carve a few more small-scale heaven-deceiving formation patterns, and everyone will bring a few. Even the great sage won't be able to deduce it. The Black Emperor said, A while ago, they killed the heavenly prince and plundered the Dao-deceiving tea. They used this divine tree trunk to carve the heaven-deceiving formation patterns created by great Emperor Wuxia. The Black Emperor firmly believed that they would be fine. This is not good. It was clearly incited by the great sage, and he personally deduced it. This is a bad sign. Duanda said. Yi Fan walked back and forth, looking towards a certain place in the southern region. His eyes were cold as he said, Even the ancient saints jumped out. Do you really think I can't slaughter a saint? What do you want to do? Longma asked, both excited and nervous. It only wanted to see the world in chaos, but it deeply respected the ancient saints. It knew that the gap between them was too great, and it was completely powerless to defy the heavens. Huatan wants to kill me, but he might not succeed. Meanwhile, if I think of some way to slaughter an ancient saint, I might not fail either. Yi Fan said coldly. What plans do you have? The large black dog asked. Now, everyone in the world knows that I have returned. I seem to have been silent for too long, and the ancient races have bullied me. In that case, I will slaughter an ancient saint. I will give them a great gift. Master Thi. Yi Tong clenched his fists tightly. He was both nervous and excited. Chapter 1101. Kill a saint. These two words were too illusory for cultivators. No one would have such delusions. If they weren't a saint, they would be an ant. The difference in strength was too great. That was a chasm that couldn't be crossed. Even a half-saint would occasionally have saintly might, but it was difficult for them to truly reach it. Saints were existences that had completely transcended. They were above the masses and were like gods. How could a mortal slay a god? The difficulty was too great. The Black Emperor said, Brat, it's hard for you to go against the heavens. The difference between you and a saint cannot be measured. In a sense, a saint is a different kind of life form. They are no longer human. Even the killing formation he had set up couldn't hurt a saint under normal circumstances. There was only one reason. The difference was too great. How could an ant bite a dragon to death? Let's be more realistic. Duanda shook his head. Is there no hope? Yi Tong didn't give up. He hoped that his master could rise up and get rid of the resentment in his heart. Unless I can find enough divine materials and carve out a world-shocking killing formation. Only then will there be a chance of killing a saint, the Black Emperor said. The divine materials he spoke of were naturally rare in the world. They were things that were specially used to carve emperors' formation patterns. They could only be found by chance. Only then would he be able to display the true power of the Wu Shi's formation pattern. The other way is for Yi Fan to reach the half-saint realm and trigger the divine restriction. He will be able to break through the barrier of the saint realm easily. Only then will he be able to fight a saint, Daoist said. These two conditions were too harsh. At the very least, Yi Fan couldn't achieve them at the moment. Yi Tong's eyes dimmed. He was depressed for his master. The ancient race was too much, but he couldn't fight back. Even so, I still want to kill a saint. Yi Fan's words were firm. He then told the Black Emperor to prepare a formation platform for him. There was no need for anything else. It had to be a chessboard emperor pattern, the kind that could cross the undying mountain. The human race's saint body might be finished. In recent days, some of the ancient clans had been discussing how Huatan had been looking down on the southern domain. He had appeared in every city, and it seemed as if he wouldn't rest until Yi Fan was dead. During these days, everyone knew that Yi Fan had really returned. Killing the Heavenly Prince and battling the Golden Heavenly Maiden were all done by him. There were no secrets to speak of. Huatan wasn't that old. After awakening, he was the first ancient race genius to become a saint in this world. He had a special status and would be recorded in the annals of history. Now, he had come out in force. In just a few days, everyone in the eastern wasteland knew that he was going to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan, aren't you proud of your bravery? What are you in front of my master? Cowering in a corner and not daring to see the light? It would be best if you don't come out for the rest of your life. Huatan's disciple had also arrived in the southern wasteland. His words were sharp and unkind, full of mockery. It was to humiliate Yi Fan and make him feel uncomfortable. Yi Fan naturally didn't care. In the past few days, he had been walking in the southern domain's ancient lands. He had even brought Yi Tong, Longma, and the others into the fire domain, letting them see the true immortal flame. In the 10th layer of the fire domain, there was an immortal flame formed by talismans that they couldn't touch. They were fortunate enough to see it from afar, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even the Black Emperor was in a daze. He said, "It has been so many years, and it still exists." As expected of the immortal flame that allowed the ancient desolate tower to float for thousands of years. This poor Daoist has an ideal. I want to take this flame for myself and use it to refine pills. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. Daoist sighed. While they were walking around, Huatan was also conducting a carpet search. According to his deductions, these people were in the southern domain and had never left. Our ancestors ate humans' blood, and they tasted delicious. The human sacred body contains precious blood, so the taste is even better. Huatan's disciple clamored without restraint. He didn't place Yi Fan in his eyes at all. This was intolerable. Many cultivators felt annoyed when they heard this. If they had enough cultivation, they would definitely slap them to death. Huatan, your grandpa is calling you to wipe your snot when he gets home. On this day, Longma stood out and responded. It was like a loudspeaker that rang through half the sky of the southern domain. Of course, after it shouted, it fled. It controlled the formation and didn't give the saint a chance to make a move. Otherwise, even 10 horses wouldn't be enough to kill it. Huatan's face was ashen, and his gaze was sinister. He immediately rushed to where Longma appeared, but he could only watch helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Huatan, as a saint, you have the nerve to compete with Yi Fan. He hasn't even become a saint, so how thick is your skin? Why don't you go and challenge the victorious fighting Buddha? You'll probably be scared to death before you reach Mount Meru. Longma appeared in another region. It neighed loudly, and like a great llama, it clamored all over the world, similarly mocking him. Yi Fan, if you dare to come out and fight, my master won't bully you. He'll seal his own magical power, and he can crush you with just one finger. Huatan's disciple shouted. Huatan, your mother told your disciple to go home and rinse his mouth. Longma had never been a very proper master. Even though it was an auspicious beast, it wasn't some kind soul. A Longma caused a ruckus in the southern domain, clamoring everywhere. In the end, it provoked Huatan to continuously cross the void, wanting to chase after them. Human race's divine physique, everyone says so much about you, but in my eyes, you're nothing more than a smelly bug. If you dare to appear, I'll directly trample you to death with one foot. Huatan said coldly. One could imagine how angry he was, or else he wouldn't have said such words. He was a saint who had proven his Tao, yet today he was repeatedly clamored at by a Longma. He didn't take him seriously at all, and he really wanted to immediately capture the Longma to establish his might. Huatan, come and accept your death. Yi Fan appeared. He was repeatedly mocked, and he began to challenge the saint, actually wanting to fight against him. Ha! Huatan laughed loudly when he heard this. He immediately rushed over, whistling through the air, saying, "You want to be my enemy? Even an ant wants to bite a dragon to death? You overestimate yourself." That day, everyone was shocked. Was Yi Fan really going to fight against a saint? Was he going to erupt with anger? This was a wasteland, overgrown with weeds and ancient trees. There were many wilderness in the southern domain, and the vast uninhabited region occupied 90% of the region. Huatan appeared, stretching out a large hand from far away, grabbing towards this place. The attack of a saint was going to turn everything within 100 li into scorched earth. Yi Fan appeared. He didn't make any other movements, directly activating the cauldron. The source energy of all things curled up, and with a violent shake, the great cauldron flipped over. Overflowing flames rushed into the sky. The 9-colored mist turned into streaks and streaks of Tao marks. This was the divine flame of the 9th level of the fire domain, able to burn saints to death. It surged upwards. Once the blazing holy splendor appeared, the entire wasteland turned into a sea of flames. The great earth turned into magma, and the few rocky mountains all vaporized, leaving nothing behind. The 9-colored flame was too terrifying. It wasn't purely due to the high temperature, but also the mysterious and unfathomable Tao power that could grind an ancient king to death. Huatan was shocked. His right hand that reached down was scorching hot, burning until blood splashed everywhere. His bones were in excruciating pain, but he was a saint after all. With a forceful swipe, his Tao skills operated, and the injury immediately stopped. Moreover, he shifted several thousand zhang away, avoiding the sea of flames in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, "If you aren't a saint, you are still dirt. Killing you is as easy as crushing a dog. Without the corresponding strength, you want to rely on external objects to fight against me. You don't know the difference between life and death." However, Yi Fan was also quite decisive. The instant he activated the divine flame, he put away the cauldron and stepped into the chessboard's formation patterns. He turned around and left. "I locked onto you as soon as I appeared, yet you still want to leave? Even the descent of an immortal king can't save you." Huatan's expression was cold. He pointed out with a finger, and a streak of splendor splashed out. This was to shatter the vacuum and shake Yi Fan out from the realm gate. He was shocked. The realm gate didn't move in the slightest and was about to disappear. This was the chessboard's formation patterns. Back then, he borrowed it to cross over from the Undying Mountain. Even the great ancient emperor's killing formation couldn't erase it, so it was naturally difficult for a saint to destroy it. You've made ample preparations, but unfortunately, in the eyes of a saint, you are still an ant. Since you've been locked onto by me, there is only death awaiting you. Huatan didn't seem to mind and laughed coldly. He took a step inside and followed the moment the realm gate closed. At his side, there were a total of 4 disciples that followed. They were enveloped by the holy splendor and entered the realm gate at the same time to chase after Yi Fan. After Yi Fan came out, he directly entered another realm gate. Splendor rushed into the heavens in this place. All types of Tao patterns were activated together and turned into an exceptional killing formation. This was meticulously laid out by the Black Emperor. He used the terrain of the mountains and rivers. Even though he didn't have any divine materials, when used together with the heavenly origin divine formation, it also formed a terrifying 7 extreme formation. Huatan roared angrily, and holy splendor filled the sky. However, his entire body was crisscrossed, and dozens of wounds appeared. If it weren't for his protection, the 4 disciples would have been chopped into mush. I didn't expect a saint to be so terrifying. Not even a tiny corner of the Emperor formation was able to obliterate him. Unfortunately, there are no divine materials to carve the formation. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He entered the void and directly shattered the formation platform outside, not giving Huatan the chance to chase after him. You want to run? There is no way out for you in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Do you really think a saint can be humiliated? Atone for your sins with blood. Huatan sneered and produced an item with a shake of his hand. The shattered formation platform was quickly restored to its original state. He brought his disciples and forcefully opened the realm gate to chase after him. This was a secret treasure given to him by a great sage. Even if one's formation patterns were unparalleled, it would be useless even if they crossed to the outer realms. It could temporarily restore one's formation platform and chase after him like a shadow. Without a doubt, this was a sure-kill situation. There was no way to shake off a saint. Before long, he would be caught, and surviving would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Do you think the human race's saint physique is well prepared? In front of my master, it doesn't matter how many methods you have. If your strength isn't enough, then it's useless no matter what you say. You want to obliterate a saint with a mere divine flame and an incomplete ancient emperor-killing formation? You are too naive. My master has made ample preparations for you. He specially borrowed a secret treasure so that you can't escape. A mere Daoist ever dares to challenge a saint? My master will kill you like killing a chicken. Huatan's disciples laughed loudly. They were surrounded by holy light and quickly followed. They saw Yi Fan's figure in the void. Sush. However, what they didn't expect was that Yi Fan would once again produce a formation platform in the void. He changed the path of the void in the eternal darkness and disappeared once again. Changing directions in the void and changing the path, this kind of method made Huatan's expression change. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking that he had lost him. Sush. He swiped with force, and a secret treasure flashed in his palm. It restored a damaged formation pattern in the dark void in front of him and followed in. I didn't expect the great sage's secret treasure to be so marvelous. He laughed loudly and was no longer worried. Yi Fan fled at top speed and changed the formation platform more than 10 times. Each time, he carried it out in the void, but he still couldn't shake off Huatan. If it were any other saint, they would have been thrown off a long time ago. The great sage's methods are admirable. We can chase him all the way. He can't shake us off. One of Huatan's disciples was pleasantly surprised. He was also deeply afraid of the ancient race's great sage's cultivation. Where are we now? Each time, he changes directions in the void. We don't even know where he is and can't predict the path ahead. Another disciple frowned. Let's see how many formation platforms he has. When he runs out, he will die in front of us. Master can crush him with one finger. Not long after, Yi Fan's figure was getting closer and closer. They could almost see him clearly. Huatan's lips curled into a cold smile. He reached out with his hand and wanted to crush him to death. Boom! Right at this moment, the space gate opened. Yi Fan rushed out of the void and entered the real world. He fell down. He has no more formation platforms. Death is in front of him. Human saint physique, your death is near. Huatan's 4 disciples were overjoyed and smiled cruelly. Huatan's eyes were cold. His purple hair was loose, and his majestic body was as intimidating as a mountain. He was the first to walk forward. However, with one step, he staggered and fell to the ground. Behind him, his 4 disciples were in an even worse state. They directly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood. What is this place? How did we lose our spiritual energy? The 4 disciples revealed expressions of fear. Their hearts were beating fast, and they felt that the situation was not good. Huatan's expression changed. His cultivation was suppressed to the lowest level, and it was difficult for him to use it. This made his hair stand on end. One has to know that he was a saint. Everywhere was silent. The plants were lush, and the ancient medicines were tens of thousands of years old. This place was excessively quiet without a single sound. It was like a land of death. Up ahead, Yi Fan stood with a dark golden spear in his hand. His expression was cold, calm, and calm. He was no longer trying to escape. What is this place? Huatan felt waves of fear. As a saint, the amount of spiritual energy he could use right now was pitifully small. He couldn't even fly. My cultivation, my source of life. One of Huatan's disciples cried out in fear. He felt that not only was he losing his spiritual energy, but his life was also quickly slipping away. Wrinkles slowly appeared on his face. Noisy! Yi Fan snorted coldly. He left behind an afterimage in his original position and moved past Huatan. With a pu sound, he pierced through the space between the brows of one of his disciples. Blood splashed high into the air, and he was lifted up. With a forceful shake of his hand, the corpse flew out over 10 zhang and stopped moving on the spot. A large amount of blood flowed out. Huatan was furious. He was a saint, so how could he tolerate Yi Fan's impudence? He swung his palm forward, but the power that was as vast as the sea did not surge out. Yi Fan swept out with his spear. Waves of golden light overflowed from his palm and fingers. The power was astonishing. Just the power of his flesh alone could shatter the sky. Huatan released a muffled groan. After his arm made contact with the spear, he trembled and almost spasmed. He was in incomparable pain. He knew that things were bad. In this place, it was useless even if he had heaven-reaching cultivation. What exactly is this place? Welcome to the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Today, I will slaughter a saint and send you on your way. Yi Fan said coldly. Chapter 1102. What? This is the ancient forbidden land? Behind him, Huatan's 3 disciples all cried out in alarm. Their faces lost all color and became completely pale. The surroundings were filled with lush vegetation and old medicines. However, it was completely silent. There were no cries of insects, birds, or beasts. It was as if this was a land of death. The ancient trees towered into the sky and extended their branches. Through the swaying tree shadows, one could see the 9 sacred mountains not far from here. They possessed a demonic nature that devoured one's life force. No! One of Huatan's disciples cried out in fear. He knew that this time, it was most likely over. There was no way out. What kind of place was this? One could enter but not leave. During the archaic years, this forbidden land did not exist. It was formed during the ancient era. After the ancient race revived, they immediately understood the dangers of this place. Many ancient race experts had come here with the intention of obtaining the 9 wonders' undying medicine, but in the end, they all died with grievances. Even saints failed. They barely managed to escape, but they lost an astonishing amount of lifespan in the process. And now, Yi Fan actually borrowed the great ancient emperor's chessboard formation to enter this place. Did he not want to live anymore? He wanted to take them down with him. Master, let's go. Now was not the time to fight with their lives on the line. The 3 disciples wished they could grow wings and escape in an instant. In this place, they had lost all of their magical power. Apart from their still powerful physique, they were no different from mortals. Their faces were pale and ugly to the extreme. Huatan's expression was gloomy. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. He did not want to waste any more time in this place because every moment was taking his life. Today, you can enter but not leave. Not a single one of you should even think about leaving. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. His physique was sturdy, and even without relying on his cultivation, he still possessed astonishing battle prowess. He turned into a faint golden figure and blocked the way. A spear pierced over, distorting the void. This was purely the power of the flesh. The dark golden spear tore apart the heaven and earth, emitting a black light. Huatan's expression changed. His strength was greatly restricted in this place. He had lost the magical power of a saint that could look down on the common people, so it was difficult for him to circulate his own cultivation. He activated it with great difficulty and barely managed to produce strands of radiance that wrapped around his fist. It emitted strands of divine might to block the spear. After the two of them collided, divine light splashed outwards, and sonorous sounds rang out. Their palms and fingers were comparable to silver essence, and their sparkling and translucent bodies contained the power to split open the heavens. Clang. Huatan's palm was sparkling and translucent. He avoided the sharp tip of the spear and struck the spear shaft from the side. Then, like a fish, he slid down the long black spear shaft and chopped towards Yifan's finger. He wanted to seize his weapon. Yifan stepped to the side, holding the spear in his left hand and blocking with his right fist. His fist fingers glowed with a golden luster, forcing Huatan to retreat. Then, he gripped the spear with both hands and used it as a big stick, striking horizontally. With a shrill cry, the airflow exploded and the void was compressed until it became blurry. Huatan quickly retreated. A mournful scream rang out. One of Huatan's disciples was swept by the black spear. His bones were broken, and his flesh and blood splashed out. His bones were thick, and his body flew out like a fallen leaf, losing his life. Green veins appeared on Huatan's forehead, and his whole body emitted a sparkling and translucent luster. However, he couldn't change anything. In this forbidden zone, it was difficult for him to shatter mountains and rivers with a single roar. Yifan frowned slightly. As expected, cultivators who had obtained the position of saint had transcended the scope of humans. Even in the forbidden zone, they could still use part of their magic power. This couldn't be explained with common sense. What was this place? A life-forbidden zone. In the past few decades, ever since the 9 dragons carrying coffins smashed into the abyss and desolation slowly recovered, the forbidden zone had become more and more terrifying. Regardless of whether one was a mortal or a Daoist, no matter what their cultivation level was, once they entered, their cultivation would be cut off. He still clearly remembered that when the peerless emperor of the ancient Hua dynasty didn't have much life left, in order to prolong his life, he wore the golden battle armor of the ancient sages and carried a battle sword on his back as he charged into the forbidden zone. Not long after he entered, he directly turned into flying ashes. Only a set of golden divine clothes rushed out, leaving behind only a desolate scene. Saints transcended all living beings and couldn't be calculated with common sense. Huatan's cultivation hadn't completely dried up, and with his saint-level body, he still had the power to fight. Swoosh! Huatan rushed over like an arrow that had left the bow. Every second he was delayed meant that he would be in more danger. He didn't want to stay for even a moment and wanted to fight his way out. Yifan attacked with his spear. Every time he swung it, it could shatter the sky. Huatan's other 2 disciples were so shocked that they were no longer as arrogant as before. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After all, Huatan was a saint of his generation. Even if he couldn't use his magic power, he was still extremely experienced in battle. He took a step forward and attacked horizontally, avoiding the tip of the spear. At close range, he attacked Yifan's vital points. Yifan was calm and composed. On his body was a layer of stone armor, made with the skin of the divine origin stone as the material and refined with the 6 seals of the celestial prohibition technique, turning it into the heavenly origin divine robe. His every movement was incomparably calm. Even with the corrosion of time, he would definitely last longer than Huatan. The one who would fall first would definitely not be him. Clang! The dark golden spear in Yifan's hand stabbed out rays of divine light, not leaving Huatan's vital points. It left bloody marks on his body. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Huatan's palms and fingers were filled with divine light. His palms were transparent and bright, gushing out divine light. He wanted to forcefully shake out the saint power and destroy Yifan. This was a threat. The saint power was not dried up. Although it was only wisps, it was still very terrifying. Master, you must kill him. The other 2 did not dare to speak. They could only pray in secret. At the same time, they moved their feet and retreated into the distance, wanting to escape. Chi! Suddenly, a ray of black light shot over. The dark golden spear left Yifan's palm and flew over. One of Huatan's disciples spat out blood. He was pierced by the spear and flew hundreds of feet away. He was nailed to the ground. At the same time, Yifan left the battlefield. Like a pale golden Jiao dragon, he moved over and grabbed the spear again. Huatan's other disciples saw this and felt a chill from head to toe. He did not dare to take another step. This was a god of death. His fierce aura made his legs weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. Moreover, he was rapidly aging. He was originally in his prime, but now he was covered in wrinkles. It would not be long before he died of old age. "Master, save me." Huatan saw this and could not help but let out a long roar. He had already become a saint, but he was forced to this step by an ant in his eyes. He had killed 3 of his disciples in front of him. This was a great hatred and humiliation. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The two fought again. The dark golden spear and the fist resonated, interweaving like bolts of lightning. An ant cannot bite a dragon to death. I have become a saint. How can an ant like you bully me? Huatan's face was ashen. His killing intent was revealed, and the saint light overflowing from his palm became a little thicker. Yi Fan was fearless. He held the spear and fought. The dark golden spear flickered with a cold metallic luster. His body was slender and strong. His black hair fell to his waist. His eyes were clear and bright. His entire being was restrained, and there was a kind of transcendent temperament. The two of them exchanged blows again. Yi Fan's spear struck his shoulder. Huatan staggered, and a bloodstain appeared. He let out an angry roar. Heaven and earth, the Tao is natural. The great Tao of the universe appears. Suppress. Huatan roared angrily. Boom! He really borrowed a strand of the divine might of the great Tao. It was as if the heavens were pressing down. The divine might was faintly discernible, majestic and irresistible. However, it only lasted for a moment. The marks in the sky collapsed, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. It could not be suppressed. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. He had already guessed this result. Otherwise, why would he choose this place as the battlefield? This was the only place that could suppress a saint. Princess Divine Silkworm is only a step away from becoming a great sage. She wears the ancient imperial battle robe that her race seizes the fortune of the world to barely protect herself. She can fly and fight against the desolate slaves. You are an existence that has just become a saint. Your Tao fruit has not been consolidated, and you don't even have a sacred weapon. Yet, you want to defy the heavens here? Yi Fan's merciless attacks became even faster. The dark golden spear in his hand turned into a black light, covering Huatan within. Ah! In the distance, Huatan's disciple screamed. His skin all loosened. He was originally an expert of his generation, but now he was about to die of old age. He could no longer care about anything else. He ran madly, rushing out of the forbidden ancient land. The white hair on his head scattered with the wind. He was incomparably miserable. To him, this was a demonic land. Yi Fan's spear struck horizontally, forcing Huatan back. He turned into a stream of light and chased after him. How dare you! Huatan was furious. He had already watched 3 of his disciples die in his hands. At this moment, his eyes were about to split open. He definitely could not allow such a thing to happen again. Yi Fan's physical body was unparalleled. His blood energy was vigorous. As a saint physique, he had experienced the baptism of lightning many times. He had even rushed through the primal chaos lightning domain and tempered himself thousands of times. Every inch of his flesh and blood contained terrifying power, and his life energy was extremely powerful. His speed was extremely fast, and he caught up in an instant. With a pu sound, his right hand descended and cut off this person's head. He held it in his hand, dripping with blood. For you. After stopping, he turned around and handed over a head dripping with blood to Huatan. Huatan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He let out a mournful roar like a wild beast. His chest was about to explode from anger. He clenched his teeth until they shattered, and the veins all over his body bulged. Bang! Yi Fan threw out the head. It streaked across the sky and landed in the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood. At this point, Huatan's 4 great disciples had all been killed. Hand over your life. Huatan went all out. He did not believe that as a saint of a generation, he could not kill a Dao executioner. His attacks became even more ferocious. Clang! Yi Fan held the long spear in his hand as if it was his own arm. Every strike was fatal. Dark golden divine radiance suddenly appeared, shattering the void. Every strike was fatal. Pooh! Huatan could not dodge in time, and a bloody hole was pierced through his shoulder. Blood splashed out as he flew forward. A single drop of a saint's blood could eliminate a powerful being. Even though Yi Fan's physique was powerful to this extent, he did not want it to touch his body even though he was fearless. He let out a light shout and twisted the black spear, almost lifting Huatan up. He swung the spear shaft and flung Huatan away, smashing him into a large limestone with a prng sound. Huatan was both shocked and furious, but he had no other choice. He could not kill this enemy with a single palm strike. His cultivation was nothing, but he could not display it all in this place. Meanwhile, his opponent had a saint physique of the human race. His physique was powerful, and his blood energy was exuberant beyond imagination. In terms of physique alone, he was not inferior to Huatan. This was almost inconceivable. He had not yet become a saint, but Yi Fan's physique had almost surpassed the limits of a human. His exuberant blood energy was as terrifying as the ocean. Kill! Huatan shouted loudly. He used all kinds of techniques, all of which were wonderful techniques for physical combat. They contained the truths of heaven and earth, and every move he made was filled with killing intent. However, what made him want to vomit blood was that in the field of close combat, he was actually inferior to the ant in his eyes. Yi Fan's attacks were simple and direct, and they were extremely effective. Bang! Yi Fan held the spear with both hands and swung it around. After exchanging hundreds and thousands of blows, it struck Huatan's back, sending him flying over 100 meters away. His spine was almost broken, and he was covered in blood. Chapter 1103. Huatan spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up from the ground. The attack just now had sent him flying hundreds of meters away. His entire spine felt like it was broken, and he was exhausted. He chanted sutras as his joints crackled. He forcefully channeled his divine energy to heal his wounds. Waves of blood energy rose and his body shone brightly. In just an instant, he had used up hundreds of years of his lifespan. The price of using a secret healing technique in this forbidden area was too high. In this forbidden area, he could only use a little bit of his cultivation. If he wanted to truly heal his origin, the amount of blood essence consumed was far less than the amount consumed by the forbidden area. Holy physique of the human race, do you want to die together with me? Even if you injure me, you won't be able to live, Huatan said with a gloomy expression. You die, I live. There's nothing more to say. Surrender your head. Yi Fan began a new round of attacks. Time was of the essence, he couldn't waste any more time here. The dark golden spear drew out a black light and soared into the sky like a black dragon. It turned into a life form and pierced through all obstacles, aiming straight at Huatan's forehead. Ever since I became a saint, I have never experienced such humiliation. My disciples were killed one after another. If I can't use you as food, what face do I have left? Die Yuan. Huatan fought with everything he had. Dao sounds rang out in his body as he forcefully absorbed the holy power and channeled his cultivation. He didn't mind paying the price of a part of his life. However, the effect wasn't good. The forbidden area of life suppressed all laws and Dao marks and stripped away the cultivator's lifespan. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as white as paper. Clang! The spear in Yi Fan's hand was almost at his forehead. Huatan leaned to the side and avoided the sharpness. He forcefully spat out a beam of divine light. The heaven and earth collapsed, and Yi Fan retreated like a golden lightning bolt. After this battle, Huatan's expression became gloomy. Wrinkles crawled up his face. The power of the forbidden area had manifested, and even saints couldn't withstand it. At the same time, although Yi Fan was wearing the heavenly origin divine robe, his face gradually lost its luster. A few strands of white appeared in his black hair, and his life was slipping away. The two of them fought fiercely. Time was of the essence, and they both wanted to kill each other at their peak. One was a true saint, and the other had the saint physique of the human race. His physical body and bloodline power were both extremely powerful. Both of them did not have much cultivation experience, so they could not use their secret techniques. Occasionally, they could use their mana once or twice, but it was not enough to threaten their lives. Focus on close combat. Their speed was very fast. From the beginning until now, not even a quarter of an hour had passed. Not much time had passed, but all of their faces had some wrinkles. Kill! The two of them fought to the death, fighting with their lives on the line. Yi Fan used a dark golden spear to the acme of perfection, whipping Huatan 4 times and piercing his body twice. Scarlet spots. This was the blood of a saint. Blood seeped out of the corner of Huatan's mouth. His expression was cold. Although he did not say anything, his gaze was like a knife. He strove to kill his way out of the forbidden zone. Once he escaped, he would torture Yi Fan 10 times more. Human holy body, you better pray that I don't leave this place. Otherwise, you will understand. Huatan's expression was sinister because a new wound had appeared on his body. You won't have the chance. The spear in Yi Fan's hand was like a violent storm. It turned into a black light and drowned out everything in front of him. At this stage of the battle, there was no way he would let this person go. Yi Fan used the black spear to slash and stab forward at the same time. It was a spear, a knife, and a staff. There were all kinds of attacks. Huatan was covered in wounds. The most serious attack was almost pierced through his heart, causing blood to spurt out. Summon the ancestor, bestow the seal. Huatan shouted. As a saint, his life was threatened by Yi Fan. This was a disgrace to him, so he fought back with all his might. Between his eyebrows, traces of the Tao interweaved. He barely activated his secret technique, wanting to use a powerful attack. Boom! The blood energy in his body boiled, turning into strands of demonic patterns that appeared on the surface of his body. Blood flowed from all the pores on his body, condensing the power of heaven and earth and emitting strands of saintly might. Clang, clang. He bare-handedly blocked the dark golden spear, his strength astonishing. He finally had the dignity of a saint, but his body was quickly aging. Even the space between the thumb and index finger of someone as powerful as Yi Fan split apart. The stone armor covering his body shattered inch by inch, falling onto the ground. His true body fell into the ancient desolate forbidden land, suffering the corrosion of time. I am a saint. I want to see what you are going to use to fight against me. Huatan shouted loudly. He pressed forward step by step, his attacks becoming more and more vicious. Unfortunately, he still couldn't display the secret technique. It only made his body release holy splendor, his flesh becoming several times stronger. How long can you last? Yi Fan stared at his wrinkled body and said coldly. If I can't do it, then you won't be able to stop Huang's power either. You will definitely fall here, turn into a pile of yellow earth. Huatan said coldly. He didn't believe that Yi Fan would truly take him down with him. After exchanging blows again, Huatan finally couldn't continue activating his blood energy. His entire body became dim, and his wrinkles deepened. His body staggered. From the start of the battle until now, he had lost at least 1,000 years of lifespan. In the distance, purple light flashed. Huatan was pleasantly surprised. He gave up on Yi Fan and quickly rushed over. There was a 20,000-year-old purple gold lotus on the ground. Its entire body was sparkling with purple light, and it was 2 feet tall. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Huatan grabbed it with a single motion, opening his mouth and devouring it fiercely. Right now, his essence energy consumption was severe. Rare ancient medicines could be seen on the ground from time to time, the best things to replenish one's life potential. Yi Fan didn't stop him. He calmly produced a jade bottle, pouring it into his mouth with gudong dong sounds. This was divine liquid obtained from the immortal ascension pool, and it had great effects in replenishing one's life essence energy. Huatan was shocked. When he saw this, he immediately threw himself over to seize the jade bottle. It was because if this continued, he would definitely exhaust him to death. Yi Fan put away the jade bottle and continued to fight a great battle against him. He was full of energy, his blood energy surging. His attacks became more and more ferocious. Huatan was ruthless. He actually used his body to endure Yi Fan's spear attack, allowing it to pierce through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood at Yi Fan. Yi Fan forcefully shook his spear, and the dark golden spear pierced through Huatan's chest. It rushed out and didn't fall into the enemy's hands. He fell back. Although he had lost the dark golden spear, his expression was calm and didn't show any fear. His fists were glowing, and there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning. That was his blood boiling. The two rushed together, fighting with their lives on the line. Their physical bodies clashed as they launched the final life and death struggle. After hundreds and thousands of exchanges, a golden figure and a purple light tangled together. Blood splashed out from time to time. Yi Fan had used his Dao-severing body to kill a Saint Realm ancient king. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the forbidden zone for life for half an hour. Yi Fan finally revealed a worried expression. He couldn't delay any longer. There was no time for a stalemate. From this moment on, his attacks became even sharper. His black hair was disheveled, and his golden fists flickered with the sound of thunder. It was as if bolts of lightning were interweaving as they struck Huatan's body. Blood gushed out, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. "Ah!" Huatan cried out. One of his arms had been twisted. His close combat skills couldn't compare to Yi Fan's battle saint technique. He was at a disadvantage and his arm was broken. "Kill!" Yi Fan shouted. He slapped his palm hundreds and thousands of times, and then he pulled forcefully. Huatan's left arm was broken, and blood gushed out. The white bones were visible. Huatan cried out. He had never thought that there would be a day like this. He had clearly become a saint, but his arm had been broken by a Dao-severing expert, and he had suffered such a heavy injury. Yi Fan quickly retreated, avoiding the bloody impact. He broke off the saint's arm and threw it on the ground, dyeing the grass red. Huatan was like a wounded beast. His eyes were blood red. Although he had lost an arm, he was still extremely dangerous. He turned into a beam of purple light and pounced on Yi Fan. A battle of life and death had begun once again. Yi Fan calmed himself down, avoiding the sharpness and attacking where he was weak. His body was like a flood dragon, leaping and leaping. One moment he was like a rock spreading its wings, and the next he was like a true dragon emerging from the sea. His fists moved, and wind and thunder erupted. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It could be considered heaven-defying to be able to use pure physical strength to such a level in the forbidden ancient land. Bang! Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed. There was no golden light splashing out, but the invincible fist intent was contained within. It struck Huatan's sternum, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. His entire chest caved in, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The situation was hopeless. Huatan knew that he was in danger and that it would be difficult to reverse the situation. "I am an ancient saint. You want to kill a saint and become famous under the heavens? Impossible. I won't let you do as you wish. At the very least, I will drag you to death with me." Huatan roared. He could imagine what kind of great waves would be created once Yi Fan slaughtered him. His name would certainly go down in the history of cultivation. Meanwhile, as the loser, he would highlight this child's battle achievements. He would also be recorded in the annals of history and become a pitiful foil. One would shake the past and the present, while the other would become a stepping stone. As a negative example, just thinking about it made his blood energy unstable and his body about to explode. Light flashed between his brows. He was actually about to forcefully use his powerful divine sense. A small purple person was about to rush out of his frontal bone. "Ah!" Huatan screamed miserably. As soon as his primordial spirit appeared, cracks appeared one after another. The small purple person screamed miserably, but it still flew towards Yi Fan. This was perhaps the only method he could use to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan was very straightforward. He took out a wooden stick from behind his back that was like a sword and a mace. It was simple and unadorned. He held it with both hands and immediately hacked at his primordial spirit. The small purple person couldn't dodge and was immediately smashed into pieces. He let out a miserable cry as his entire body broke apart and rushed back into his frontal bone. How could Yi Fan let go of such an opportunity? With the deity striking whip in his hand, he arrived in front of Huotan with a single step. With a pft, the whip landed on his frontal bone, almost shattering his skull and creating large cracks. It had to be said that the physical body of a saint was truly sturdy. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long since turned into flying ashes. Huotan suffered serious injuries. His body staggered and he quickly retreated. However, Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist arrived again and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Moreover, he was caught up before he could land. Pfft. Yi Fan grabbed his remaining right arm and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the bone broke and blood gushed out. Huotan had completely lost the chance to turn the situation around, and his right arm was also torn off. Slaughter a saint. It was about to happen, and no one could stop it. Yi Fan threw away the bloody arm and swung his right leg. He spun high up and then kicked out with force. Pfft. Huotan screamed miserably. His spine was fractured, and the upper half of his body was almost rotten. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. He flew hundreds of meters away and couldn't move at all. Huang's power surged. His flesh and blood withered, and he could no longer resist or struggle. Yi Fan picked up the dark golden spear and with a pft, pierced through his body and lifted him up. Meanwhile, his left hand held the deity striking whip and struck at his frontal bone. Bang! Blood rained down. Huotan's primordial spirit was shaken out, and a large half of it was immediately shaved off. The little purple person in the forbidden ancient land lost the protection of its physical body and almost immediately dried up and died. Slaughter a saint today, Yi Fan said coldly. This place couldn't stay for long. He carried Huotan and quickly rushed out of the forbidden land. During this process, he destroyed the vitality of his physical body and obliterated his primordial spirit, fearing that he would suffer a backlash. Before long, the edge of the forbidden land was already in sight. Yi Fan stopped, and the dark golden spear in his right hand shook. Huotan's body was immediately covered in dense cracks. As for his primordial spirit, that little purple person was also almost obliterated by the deity's striking whip. Only a weak beam of light was left. Huotan smiled bitterly. His cultivation of a lifetime was completely destroyed. Even if he could escape, he was finished. His primordial spirit was the most precious, but it was almost obliterated. Now it was only the size of a bean. Human saint physique, do you really think you can slaughter a saint? Die with me. At this moment he completely let go. He was going to die anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? His primordial spirit merged back into his physical body. His entire body was glowing, and he was actually going to disintegrate. He was going to use the flesh and blood of a saint to burn and grind Yi Fan to death. At this moment, Yi Fan only had a few actions. He threw the dark golden spear out, threw the deity striking whip out of the forbidden ancient land, and didn't hesitate to cut open his own body to take out the myriad chi cauldron and throw it out of the forbidden land. Then, without hesitation, he attacked Huotan. Golden blood flowed all over his body, and his fists emitted a dazzling light. Boom! He blasted Huotan's body with one punch, allowing the saint's blood to splatter on his body. His body also suffered terrible injuries because of this, but he didn't care. It's useless. Today, you will accompany me to death and turn into ashes with me. Huotan laughed crazily. The flame of his primordial spirit was about to be extinguished, and he wanted to drag Yi Fan to death with him. Kill! Yi Fan roared. With one roar, the mountains and rivers moved, and the entire divine body was filled with saint blood. He punched out again and again, causing Huotan to disintegrate. Golden lightning interweaved between his fists. This was a kind of tyrannical power, and it had crushed a saint alive. Flesh and blood were everywhere, and there were white bones stained with traces of blood everywhere. So what? You can't change the ending. I will drag you to death with me. All the flesh and blood were wriggling, emitting a terrifying power. They burned fiercely, drowning Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression was cold. Slaughtering a saint was right in front of him. Even though danger was approaching, he was still incomparably calm at this moment. He only spat out 2 words, "Lamentable." "I am lamentable, but you aren't much better. This is the sacred flame of life and death. Even if you escape from the forbidden ancient land, it will still burn your body and spirit. Die together." Hua Tan screamed crazily. "Lamentable, you still don't understand even now. Go die yourself." Yi Fan punched out. Golden lightning interweaved, causing all the flesh and blood to burn even more intensely, rushing in all directions. At this moment, Yi Fan's hair was white like snow, and his appearance was old. He stood in the forbidden ancient land, allowing the corrosion of time and the sacred flame to coil around him. He stood alone in the world of mortals, his expression peaceful and calm. His body was slowly fading. What's going on? Hua Tan finally discovered the abnormality. He was both shocked and angry as he shouted loudly. 1 qi into 3 pure ones, equivalent to a true body. Why would I accompany you into a dangerous place? Yi Fan's figure faded. His expression was indifferent and incomparably peaceful. That is. Hua Tan roared angrily as he looked into the distance. Outside the forbidden ancient land, another Yi Fan stood calmly. He put away the myriad qi cauldron, the deity striking whip, and the dark golden spear. His purple clothes fluttered in the wind as he stood alone in the world of mortals. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep as he looked over here quietly. "But I can't accept this," Hua Tan screamed. He wanted to go crazy, but he was powerless to reverse the situation.